Okay, we're gonna call the meeting to order at 6 p.m. Try to interrupt some conversations. We have our minute taker and our timekeeper. So we will open the floor for public comment at this time. Kim?
Here live and in person tonight. It's good to see everybody. Those that don't know me, my name is Kim Callahan. I live in New Haven and have two daughters who are alums of this building. And I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about the Up for Learning program that has just been an amazing experience to date. And I wanted to just share as a community member on the team, how important I think this work is for the district. And first of all, to thank all of you for facilitating and making it happen, and Patrick and Katrina especially for having the vision to include the students in the development of our strategic plan, because student voice is so important when you start considering where we're going to go, what's important in the district. And, you know, it's hard when you think about trying to do the most for the least, which is kind of the business, you know, school boards are in right now, and administrators. And a program like Up for Learning is a possibility that comes to our students, to our teachers, to our community as a way of engaging with one another. And, you know, our community comes out typically when it's budget time. But a lot of times people, if you don't have kids in the school, they're not engaged. And this is a great way, and it's why I'm involved in helping the community understand what's important to the kids and bringing their voices to the table. And I almost came a couple weeks ago, while I was on Zoom, and I was going to speak to this, but Elise was here. And for those of you that were here and heard her speak about why she's involved, I think that I can't say it any better, because she and all of the kids are stepping up in the program and are doing so much to support one another. And again, the reason for my interest is that having two girls that were in the Pathways program here, the student voice and choice of them having an engagement in their own education, I feel made a huge difference for them. They were able to help decide what they were going to learn. They were able to choose courses that they were interested in, and they were able to have engagement. And one of the activities they had us do, and it's something we can all think about, is what does it feel like when decisions were made on your behalf and you didn't have any input? Like, we all have had those experiences. So what does that feel like? And then what does it feel like for those of us that have an opportunity to engage and make decisions about our own learning or anything that affects us? So I just wanted to thank all of you for that and talk about how important it is. I really hope that the board, all of you, will engage people in your own communities. You know, we need to hear from folks about what they feel are the most important skills and knowledge that our graduates, as portrait of a learner, what's the most important thing? And when I look at what the kids are coming up with, and what I'm seeing from community members, it's a lot about belonging. It's a lot about feeling connected. It's a lot about feeling safe. And that's how a community can come together to make that happen. So really appreciate the opportunity to be involved with this work. And Up for Learning is an amazing organization. If you don't know much about them, do a little research. Started here in Vermont. It's going across state lines because people are saying personalized learning and student voice is really the place where we need to be putting a lot of our energy. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
I'm gonna dovetail a little bit here, but I think it's a great piece. So my name's Mike Dudek, parent of a student.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Dudek, D-U-D-E-K. Parent, in New Haven, we have a student at Beaman. So just for talking points, I know that you can't respond, but I do feel like it's important for me to share. So I come as someone today who really is eager to just be able to collaborate, problem solve, and think about action steps, particularly for our kids and our kids' futures. More importantly, I come today as an advocate and voice for our most marginalized students. And I will say specifically, these are our students that are LGBTQ plus population. Recently, thinking about our students and voice and choice, at the board meeting, I believe the last board meeting, it was quoted in the paper that we had a young lady who was a Beaman rep talking about her appreciation of coming to the table for Up for Learning, and having an opportunity to talk about gender, identity, and race. And I want you to hear that. We have our students coming to the table and during the evening when we're having dinner and when we ask our kiddos, how is school going? Our kids are talking to us. And as parents, we advocate for our students and reach out to our building principals, our superintendent, anybody that would care to listen. I will also say that most recently, our YBRS, or Youth Behavior Risk Assessment, just came out. And that is some really eye-opening data on where kids feel a sense of belonging, where they feel inclusion. We talk a little bit about risk. So it's eye-opening. I think the 2023 data just came out last week, and I was looking at the 2021 data. You can look at any district across Vermont, and it's eye-opening to see what our students are talking about. And I will say that if you look specifically at subgroups, I think you will clearly hear that kids are talking. Kids are struggling. Kids don't feel a sense of belonging, don't feel a sense of inclusion. And there's some real mental health that comes with that. I really want the board to think about our students and their voice and our choice. So again, I do think that our students need greater voice. And I'm urging our board members to think about those conversations that you have with the community. Think about the survey data that's in front of anyone within our school population, reaching out to our building principals and teachers and community members and asking, are we serving our kids? And this is all kids. And I really want to go and stress that. We need to think about, are we meaning what we're saying and saying what we mean? Because we talk about being an inclusive school community where everyone feels a sense of belonging, and I'm not sure that's happening right now. Personally, I'm here speaking about that, and clearly there is a message that I'm sharing that I don't feel that all of our students are feeling that sense of belonging, and I am their voice and I am their advocate. This is a place for all. And I do appreciate Up for Learning. I know that's a year study. We're talking about what we can do to help support our community. But our kids come into our building each and every day. And the most recent time that that's going to happen is tomorrow. So thinking about tomorrow at 7:45 or 8 o'clock, what are we doing to support all of our kids? That's what I want the board, and I'm urging the board to really be mindful and thinking of that. And I'm here as an advocate. I'm here as a voice. I'm here to collaborate and problem solve. And I'm seeking folks that want to hear the story of our kids. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. For those of you who came in later, there is a sign up sheet up front.
Do I just talk right into this? It's an owl. Hi, my name is Karen Norwood. I'm talking on regard to the proposed budget. I'm a middle school social studies teacher here at Mount Abraham. I've taught here for 8 years, actually did my student teaching here. So I've been here since the very beginning of my educational career. I love teaching middle school. I love my students. I'm grateful every day I have the opportunity to teach kids in this community. In addition to teaching, I've been a club advisor to multiple clubs, including our school's community council, a sports coach, a teacher leader for the middle school and social studies department, and first and foremost, an advocate for my students. I'm also, full disclosure, a teacher who received a notice on Friday morning that I would not have likely a job here next year. I'm sure I ultimately will be fine, but I wish to advocate for the students who will lose offerings and teachers like myself, who care so deeply for students and wear so many hats for our kids to ensure that they're supported and getting a well-rounded education. Over the years, our middle school has shifted to a junior high model, which really just basically means we've lost like the teaming and the interdisciplinary curriculum that we had and the small group of teachers who really focused on our students. And we were able to do during those times some really creative programming and curriculum and really fostering community, student ownership of learning, individualized, personalized projects. And we've lost that just due to the fact that our science and social studies teachers have since I've been in middle school here. And so at this point, there's 2 social studies and 2 science teachers in our middle school and really no teaming left. So with these cuts, it's really, we've lost a lot of opportunities for our students to have this voice and choice that we talk a lot about. And I just am very worried that continuing to cut teachers, the people who are working daily with students, doing things above and beyond every day, is going to impact our students in the population and the kids that we're serving the most. So ultimately, I just wanted to implore the school board to look at options for, as you continue to talk about the budget, just seeing how we can make sure that the decisions we're making are ultimately really what's best for our students. And because with the loss of teachers goes athletic coaches, club advisors, caring adults who students trust and rely on, academic offerings, and ultimately just more opportunities for our students. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Oh, yeah, Sean. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Shauna from Bristol. I wanted to start with page 25 of the negotiated agreement. That's the part that governs the complete agreement, Article 17. No agreement, alteration, variation, waiver, or modification of any of the terms or conditions contained herein shall be binding upon the parties hereto unless agreement is made and executed in writing between the parties hereto. Meaning that no one can change the teacher's negotiated agreement unless the teachers also agree to it. Article 15 says, whatever the board, in the exercise of its sole discretion, finds it necessary to reduce the size of the teaching staff of the district for the next school year, the following layoff procedures shall be observed. The board decides, not the superintendent, the board, because that is what the negotiated agreement says. So regardless of what the policy is about executive limitations, the actual negotiated agreement says that you can't change that. So how it's being decided now before the board has even had a meeting about it doesn't make sense to me. How are we announcing tonight? How are we telling teachers that they might not have a job when the board hasn't decided that? Because that's violates the terms of their negotiated agreement. I'm not a teacher though, that's up to them if they want to pursue anything about that, but the fact is that's the board deciding to violate that agreement. So I wanted to bring that up. They also say the no teacher will be laid off under the provisions of the article if the reduction of staff can be accomplished by normal staff turnover. So again, how are we deciding this now when we don't know what attrition will be? The last thing I wanted to say is just that there has been talk of students, high schoolers that were spoken to about the turnover, or not of the turnover, they were spoken to about the RIFs. And again, why are kids being talked to about the staff getting layoffs? That's using our children as pawns. That's using kids to get sympathy so that the taxpayers make a certain decision. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe that's not what the intention was, but that is certainly what it feels like. Kids are hearing about it before the parents were notified, and that's not okay to me. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment from Zoom? I don't see any. We're gonna move down to our next item, which is an action item to approve the agenda, and we need to make an amendment to the agenda first thing. We were unable to get the monitoring report 3.4, which is under board management and governance, action item B. And so we'll move to table that as an amendment to our agenda. So I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
To move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second. Alyssa seconds. All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended? Okay. Liz, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was hoping, I did not get the community engagement feedback to everybody before just now. I did try to send it out, and I was wondering if we could add a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes to the agenda for people to have some quiet time. It's 3 pages with the responses from both the events for the board to have to consider tonight.
Sure, we can just make that into your update time.
That sounds good. It's just that it's at the end of the agenda. So what it, so I think that's all right. That's fine too. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So all those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We'll move down to the consent agenda. Can I please get a motion? Kylie?
I'll second it.
Sarah seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay. We'll move into the executive limitations monitoring. So the first was an update about Portrait of a Learner, which we heard a little bit from Kim already about. I didn't know, Patrick, if you had any other things you wanted to share about that.
No, Kim really covered all the bases.
I will say we did send out that first round of the question to the community for the skills and traits and characteristics we hope our students end up with. We had a little bit of a low response rate with that, so we're gonna send it out again. I'll push that back out through Front Porch Forum. But hopefully we'll get some more data from that. Any other questions or thoughts about fulfilling?
Nice to hear that engagement
Yeah.
and everything.
Okay. Move down then to discussion B, which is the facilities evaluation from Rex Collins.
Yeah, so you all received the report, and we've invited representatives from Truex Collins to come here tonight and give a presentation and answer questions for you. So without delay, I'll turn it over to Stefan and Cam from Truex. I will work on pulling up your presentation.
Thanks, Patrick. As Patrick mentioned, I'm Stefan Poston.
What is your last name?
Poston, Poston.
Cam Featherston, huh? And I'll give you a minute on this one. FEATHERSTONHAUGH.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. Thanks for inviting us to speak with you folks. One of the services that our company provides and has provided for districts around the state is the facilities assessment, which essentially sees a team of architects and engineers go into schools and take a look at everything that has to do with the building and its site in order to determine, to help to determine age of items, things that might need to be addressed for wear and tear or safety reasons, things that may not meet code, and identify areas for improvement, whether it be in making the buildings more energy efficient, safer, brighter, environments that are a little bit more conducive to learning. Sort of everything from bare necessities all the way up to things that affect occupant comfort and readiness to learn and teach. And so back in March, Truex Collins, along with some consulting engineers, visited each of the schools. And we have prepared a packet of materials for you folks, which I think you've seen most of. The materials include an individual assessment for each of the schools, as well as a very extensive cost estimating spreadsheet that's broken down by every item we identified. And then what we'll show you tonight and share is this PowerPoint overview, which really just gives a high level look and allows us to sort of explain some of what we saw and allows you then to ask questions and help us to help you to better understand what we see.
So a couple things. This is a snapshot in time. And some of the things that we found have already been addressed. And there's a lot of information in this presentation, and we're not going to read every slide. We can make the slide deck available. That's all the same information that's in the report. But if people want copies of the slide deck or you want to post it, that's fine. We can make that available. So let's jump into it. So we're architects. We are the team leader. We hire civil engineers, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, plumbing engineers, and a third-party cost estimator, and that all they do is just estimate the cost of construction. And so it's a complete team, all the disciplines related to buildings and building science.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask questions as we go through this? Is that all right? Or you went to the?
Sure. We're trying to be snappy and get through it, so there's plenty of time for questions, but if you have questions.
Just a quick question. Are you, in your team, are the people you hire, are they employees or like, are they consultants and 1099s for Truex?
Our consulting engineers are consultants with their own business, and the volume of work that they do, we have interior designers on staff, but we don't have engineering teams or architects.
Thanks.
So the process is, we meet with the facilities folks and we do an initial walkthrough site visit, and it's kind of getting to know the buildings. Then we come back with the team of engineers and we do a really detailed review. We're looking above ceilings, we're peeking behind curtains, we're looking outside, we're getting up close and personal with the building, going into the boiler room, and all that stuff, with the goal of creating a report that captures the needs of the building and what it would take to really modernize the building and make it an up-to-date building that meets codes and expectations, and it really reflects the kind of work that you're doing educationally.
It's a tool, right? What we provide is essentially a set of information that is then a tool to be used by the community in planning for the future.
So we break, I'll do the first part. So you break it down, we break down our list into 3 priorities. This is our system and it's flexible. The priority 1 items are items that are related to health, safety, welfare, or code issues, and sometimes water intrusion, because that's can be very destructive. Priority 2 is kind of items that are kind of at or near the end of their usable life. And also if there's significant energy savings to be gained by upgrading, and we kind of push that into priority 2. And priority 3 is kind of everything else, everything that doesn't fit into one of those first 2 buckets, but would either improve the character of the space or the functionality of the space rather, or its programming. And a note about FCI, you'll see this on some of the slides. FCI stands for Facility Condition Index. It's a really, really simple way to understand kind of how much of your building is used up. You have a high FCI, it means the building has, a lot of it has run its course and much of it needs to be replaced. A lower FCI means you've used part of the building's lifespan. That's a simple way. Essentially, it's the cost of repairs in the numerator and the cost of replacement in the denominator. So if you get to 100% FCI, it would cost just as much to repair it as it would to replace it. People deal with this most often with cars. That's a kind of a good analogy.
Okay, right, so here's just a basic overview of the buildings that we visited. Grades served, current number of students, based on enrollment data that was provided to us. Which, as well as building square footage, which then boils down to a square footage per student number, which can be useful in planning purposes down the road. A little bit of information on the site, and then some information on when were these buildings erected first, when have they been added onto or renovated or fixed up. And as you can see, there's a broad range here from 1892 all the way up through work done in 2023 and even 2024 after this report was put out by us. So a really big range of work, but you can see that in general, after 2006, 2007, building facilities work around the state is pretty much dropped off. Some districts are now able to do some work, but for the most part, the 2010s have been pretty sparse for major projects on schools.
This is a kind of the condensed version of what we found for the cost implications of these different priorities in these different schools. And I don't want to dwell on this too much. I actually want to say, I want to offer some words of encouragement, even though these are big numbers and they're kind of startling for a lot of people. Your schools are actually in remarkably good shape compared to the rest of Vermont. And I believe that's because you've been investing a significant amount of money every year for many years. I believe following some attempts at a bond vote that didn't pass. And that strategy has been paying dividends because we're working in many districts all over the state, Southern Vermont, Northeast Kingdom, Chittenden County, Central Vermont. And these schools have the lowest FCIs of any of the ones that we've reviewed in the past 5 to 10 years. So even though these are big numbers, you are doing the good work as a board and as a community. So that's just a little pat on the back. There's more work to be done always. That's the nature of life, but the context in terms of how you're doing in Vermont is good.
Okay, first building, just in alphabetical order, Beeman Elementary School. Again, built in 1941. We found out through some research that the original building there had burned down, and this was built in its place in 1941. In 1995, there were some renovations. And then again, this past summer and fall, there was some HVAC upgrades to address comfort levels in the building.
So these are very dense slides, and we're gonna try and rifle through them, and I'm gonna try and hit the high points because there are themes. The priority 1 items, don't get distracted by how long the list is. Some of these are small dollar items, a few of them are not. But emergency lighting was an issue. The roofing was an issue. Actually, I think that got repaired this summer. There are some issues with electrical work, and a few things like wired glass, which can be hazardous. And the domestic piping system, this is pretty common in older schools too. It probably has lead solder in the piping, which is not, I mean, it was legal and it's fine, and my house has it too, but as one of the themes that you'll hear is that copper and cast iron, which is cabling and piping, the primary infrastructure for buildings, has a useful service life of around 50 years. It can go longer, but engineers will tell you after 50 years, you can expect more breakdowns and failures. So, and that's where a lot of the themes are gonna be. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah, priority 2 items, like we said, are wear items in general, things that have worn with time and use, and abuse and love, from all the students and teachers that have passed through the building through the years. And so there are some things that we see that should be addressed, or planned for anyway. Some rot in wood, some spalling of concrete, some electrical service deficiencies that, while not being urgent, still are things that could be planned for in the future.
We saw lighting, we saw windows, heating, distribution piping, water system piping, ventilation systems. These are themes. And this is very consistent with what we see across Vermont because, all these schools were all built at the same time. They were all renovated at the same time when our generation was younger and there was a big bubble in the state. There hasn't been much action. Since 2007, the state's had a moratorium on state construction aid, and that's really tamped down the amount of maintenance and work that's been done on schools. So it's a kind of a universal problem. You can do the next slide. But this is another theme. Our priority 3 items, again, these are things that don't fit into the kind of health, safety, wellness code or end of life issues. Some people you could consider them discretionary. For instance, we would never build a new school without cooling, just because we've had the 10 hottest years ever, the last 10 years. And it affects people's ability to both work and learn. You would never want someone to do, you wouldn't want a NASA scientist to do the calculations in an overheated room, right? And it's the same for kids trying to learn. It's big brain stuff and you gotta be comfortable. But you'll see this same list pop up in all the schools.
Bristol, you can see from the chart on the top right, 3 major eras of construction have passed through Bristol, starting in the 1940s. It's a large school. It serves the most the most students of all the elementary schools in the district. It's also the largest of the elementary schools. And actually, I think the entryway that you see there on the top left is a little bit newer even than 1987. But for the most part, the most recent major work that was done in 1987.
Similar themes, a few little accessibility things. Again, lighting on egress paths and emergency lighting. Some little stuff like uninsulated heating pipes and these mixing valves on certain fixtures. So this is these are all related to health and safety and welfare, but these are not huge problematic items. I think if you look at the breakdown, you can find the detail on each one of these, but they all should be addressed. And the good news is, I think the smallest grouping of stuff is priority 1, which is pretty typical.
Priority 2, some of these items may hint at the need to do more investigation, but for the most part, these are items that should be planned for. For example, doors and thresholds that are starting to rot and lose their ability to keep the cold out and the warm in. Places where we see, for example, lots of efflorescence, that's that chalky white substance on the outside of brick. If we see it below most of the windows in the building, that gives us a hint that there may be water entering the walls at those windows. We don't see it infiltrating the building yet, but it's something that should be looked at, taken as a clue for planning for some investigation for the future.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff, you can look at the pictures. It's kind of age, the rust on the door frames and doors. It's just been there a long time and we use salt to keep it safe for walking. So it wears out. And again, the same kinds of things that we see in most schools. Sanitary piping should be scoped. If it's over 50 years old, you should have someone come and put a camera down it and take videos, and you'll find there's dips in the pipe and there could be water coming in, and you'll find out what the quality of it is. We can't see it because it's underground. Fluorescent lighting, occupancy sensors, a lot of stuff like that. The next page has some more priority 2 things, I think, or maybe that's the end of priority 2. So priority 3 is the same kinds of items: lighting controls, cooling systems, energy recovery for restrooms. Instead of just blasting the conditioned air out, capture the energy that's in that air. You've already heated it up once. You don't want to heat it up every time.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, as we go through these next several slides, we'll probably go just a little bit faster and cover them a little bit more. generally, just because again, we see themes and we'll be talking about the same exact things throughout all the schools as we go. But here is a construction by year diagram as well as a site diagram and some photos of Mount Aid, which originates in the late 1960s and most recently was renovated with some in the gym this year. The biggest thing we see is, I think, the roof on Mount Aid is at the end of its life.
Yep. The roof, there's some work that needs to be done on the pool, fire alarm system, under slab piping, sprinkler system. It's a lot of the same. As you can tell, a lot of it relates to the age of the building. The bulk of that, if you look at the diagram on the previous page, the diagram shows 90% of the building was the first built in the sixties. It's at that age. A lot of the same stuff, I think the aging electrical equipment photo tells the whole story. It's Kennedy era technology. And, a lot of times when you see that stuff, and your facilities folks can speak to this, you're supposed to exercise these big breakers periodically, turn them off, turn them back on again, and exercising them is part of what keeps them operational. They get to a point where you don't exercise them anymore because if they don't come back on, you can't get the parts. Similar themes, it's ventilation, it's piping, little things that we pick up on that are unique to this building, things like the grease trap, in the kitchen. The pool concrete walls and slab need some work. So there's a few things that are unique to this school, but kudos for you guys for having a pool. That's a great asset.
Yeah, and I can attest to trying to come in and take a close look at it. It was always in use. It's a community
Very
loves the pool.
popular.
Yeah.
This is the same list. A few little things like mortar joints are unique to this building. There's always themes and there's always kind of unique pieces. A detailed review of the report will kind of show you how the buildings differ.
Moncton, a nice unique building in the district. Again, starting in 1959, running up through 1998. Yeah, I really enjoyed visiting the school, actually. It's very unique. It, certainly has its needs and its issues, but the character really speaks for itself, I think. The biggest thing I noticed, and I just want to cut in here because I don't know that it made this list. There's a reference to a firewall extension there. There is a firewall inside the school, and this list doesn't address it, but essentially it's an incomplete firewall. So it's meant to separate areas of the school during a fire so people can safely go one way or another. So while it's not on this list, that would be my top priority item, is to just finish the construction of that inside the school, which is mentioned in the overall report. Other things we saw were some safety issues where ice was able to build up on exit door ramps and slabs. So that would be something that, it's salted heavily in the winter. There's still opportunities there for somebody to slip in.
There's oftentimes buildings, we find that school buildings in Vermont with sloped roofs have more problems at the perimeter. Icing, water infiltration, soggy soils, even mold can become a problem. It's big when you have big buildings, like schools are big. A house is kind of a small building. It's not a lot of water that's comes off the roof, but schools are huge. And so you're dumping like an acre of water on the side of the building. So this is the same themes again, lighting issues, ventilation issues. In this case, the boilers are kind of near or at the end of their useful life. You can always keep these things running, and a good mechanic, a good facilities crew will keep your building operational to a point. There will come a point though, and we're starting to see it in Vermont, where closures are happening, or rather schools aren't opening in time. And so that will start to rear its head, although I don't want to jinx anyone, so knock on wood. Not here. And again, it's windows, it's flooring. A lot of times we find that casework, which was installed, casework is like the cabinets and countertops. A lot of it was installed in Vermont schools before the Americans with Disabilities Act, so it's not accessible. And it also usually the newest stuff in Vermont is usually like 20 years old, so it's pretty worn out. So,
And more of the same, for priority 3 items. Again, some of these are really low hanging fruit and could be addressed easily. Other things are more discretionary, as Ken mentioned, and could be addressed at some future date. Robinson, the oldest original building in the district, back to 1892. Really interesting building, and you know, it also has some of the most recent additions, which was nice to see. But serving 98 students, a fairly decent building and a really nice lot that it's on. That really is a great playground and area for the kids to have some activities.
so you see, you know, fire alarm system, and that's a push by the state of Vermont. The Department of Fire Safety is really pushing on schools to update their fire alarms and sprinkler systems in schools. Cabling, lighting, you know, you see corrosion of doors, again. So I hope you're getting I don't mean to be repetitive, but and sometimes the repetition is good, but,
I just have a question about the fire alarm or the fire violations. They usually come with a period in which they need to be remedied. So have none of these been addressed for the violations?
so typically what happens is, and we're not the authority having jurisdiction as part of it, so we don't have, the authority or power to say you have to go fix this. If a fire marshal were to come through and take issue with something during a walkthrough, then you would probably have to correct it. Most often what happens though is these things kind of go unnoticed or unchecked by the authorities until you start to do something in the building. As soon as you pull a building permit and you start to work in the building, when the contractor shows up, they're doing their work. The inspectors from the state come like once a week
Regularly.
during construction, and they start to see all the other things. So, you know, you pull the ceiling down and then they'll be like, hey, you can't have all those wires, you know, the data cabling got put in whatever, 2013, and it's just resting on top of the ceiling. And so as soon as you pull the ceiling down to do work, now it's just hanging, and they come in and say, hey, you can't do that. And a lot of these things are like that. It's not something that anybody would pick up on without being called in to look.
So safety,
When we know about it, it's our obligation to make you aware of it. Not because we think that there's a legal obligation to take care of it, but so that you are informed.
so the safety inspection reports that you're referring to are the district's safety reports, not fire and safety's.
I would say, in the case of this particular one, I would take a look at it, and I just can't remember this one off the top of my head, but I would take a look at the fire protection report that's part of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing document. That probably noted when that violation was written down and what corrective action was dictated to the school, if there was any. What?
We've corrected that.
There you have it. Thank you.
So I apologize. I was actually answering in a generic way, not, I actually didn't read this carefully enough myself and missed that there were specific violations at this school. Sometimes that happens because sometimes the people who work on the system will pick up on it
Right,
and tell you about it.
right.
We should move along, I think.
Yep, these are the same themes. It's power, it's cabling, it's piping. Yeah, this one's got a buried fuel tank. Flooring, wall coverings, wall base. Some of this is about worn out finishes. And a lot of the same things here too, energy recovery, central cooling system. In this case, water and snow measures to reduce some of the moisture that's at the bottom of the wall, could be causing issues. So this is a really, really simple, very high level tool that we use to sort of, it's a heat map. So the way that you read this is if it's red, then the space, if it's a space, it doesn't exist, or if it's a building system, then it's in poor condition. Orange is, it exists, but it's undersized or it's not in great condition. And if it's green, it's good to go. It's good sized, and it's in good condition. So sometimes the buildings don't compare well. If you look at the line for auditorium, Mount Abe has an auditorium, the other schools don't. That might be fine. Maybe the elementary schools don't need an auditorium. That's all a very discretionary item. But if you look at accessible restrooms, then you've got two buildings that don't have accessible restrooms. So there's kind of an inequity in the district there. So that might be something to push on. The same with roofing. One of the schools needs roofing more than the others, so that can get elevated in priority. So that's kind of the purpose of this at a very, very high level, to sort of organize priorities and attention for what to work on next.
Can you define what a secure entrance is?
Sure. So and that's a good one. And this, I'll say this, other districts have really been worried about how public and how parents are going to feel about this. We define a secure entrance as people cannot enter the building unless they have been fully credentialed before they have access to the whole building. So for instance, at Mount Abe, we just did this renovation in the lobby, which stops people from getting into the building before they're credentialed. In these other schools, and you'll have to back me up if I'm not fully versed on the details.
Beaman would be an example.
If people get buzzed in, and then they have to go and report to someone to get credentialed. But they could, if they wanted to, just go into the school. So it's not that the school itself isn't secure. It has a secure perimeter. Someone has to look at the person and decide to let them in, but you don't have that secondary catchment area. And that secondary catchment, if you hired a national security consultant for schools, they would say, oh, you gotta have a secondary catchment area so that you have a second chance to stop people before they go farther into the school. So that's where that's a green light for us. The yellow light is, okay, it's working, it is secure, people can't, just walk in off the street. They have to be let in, but they're not being credentialed. We don't know their name. Most people know who the people, there's very few people that are visiting schools that they don't know who it is. But nonetheless, it's that 0.1 to 1% of incidents that are the really problematic ones.
So even here at Mount Abe, the front doors are wide open in the evenings. So to me, that's not a secure building. I mean, anybody can walk through the front doors. You've got plays going on. You've got practices in the gym. There's absolutely no credentialing. There's no security here.
Schools are funny that way. And without going into a big, long diatribe, I'll say that Truex Collins also, we do schools. We focus primarily on Vermont pre-K through 12 and international schools. And when we do international schools, I just did a master planning project in Uzbekistan. And the international schools, they have a secure perimeter. It's a 10-foot wall, razor wire on top, guard towers, gates, guards. And, because those are the children of diplomats, and sometimes they're in pretty rough areas. And that's a secure building. If you want to get really black and white about it. Here in Vermont, you can have a elementary school and you can have a secure perimeter, you can have a double catchment area so that people can be caught before they get into the building. But then you still take the kids out for recess. So part of this is about observation. And I think that to speak to what you're talking about, that's pretty standard for schools. The doors are open during the arrival time. They're open and unlocked when kids are leaving. During the day, when the school's full of kids, that's when the perimeter is secured. And that's an operational choice. Certainly, if you have a secure building with secure perimeter, you can lock it down at any time. But then you have to put someone at the door to let people in for basketball games or dances or whatever it is. So that's an operational choice. Just answer the question about this one, I would be concerned if it was red, which we don't usually, most schools in Vermont have at least got one layer of stopping people before they get in the building.
During the school hours.
During the school hours, which is again, an operational choice.
And we could certainly, we can comment on what is there physically, but not necessarily what the day-to-day operations are.
Yeah, that's a choice that you make as the governors and administrators of the building. This is that same summary that you saw earlier. It's just kind of circling back to it. You know, it's a lot of money, not to be taken lightly. Your district's been doing a really good job of budgeting, and I urge you to continue doing that and start planning. Again, this exercise is about giving you a lot of information to help you start planning for the future, because it's a lot of money. It's going to take time to plan, and also this doesn't happen overnight. So even if you have intention to do something of significance, it takes time to plan that out, get all your ducks in a row, get out to bid. So, and a lot of it's about community awareness too.
Can I ask a question on that, on planning? So when I see something as priority one and it's safety and it's code, that sort of implies like an urgency perhaps to addressing those. Like, what is the timeline? What's a reason? Maybe this is not the right question for you, maybe this is a question for us, but how would you go about prioritizing and understanding like the timeline to address a priority one fix? Because I see a bottom line of $10 million there. And even with all the work that we've been doing, we're still talking like $2.5 million a year budgeted total for construction and maintenance, give or take.
I think we're jumping just 2 slides ahead, because it's one of the next steps. It's one of, no, you're right on point. And I think we'll talk about them when we get to next steps. I think we got one more really data-rich slide. This one is not meant to startle people, and by the way, this information comes to us by way of the State of Vermont Agency of Education. So this is basically what the Association of Physical Plant Administrators recommends that pre-K through 12 public schools budget for operations and maintenance. And they're basically saying, to be really straightforward, they're saying you got to budget about 1% of your replacement value every year for basic maintenance and custodial work. That's like keeping it clean, and it includes the salaries and benefits of your custodial staff and all that stuff, but it's usually about 1%. And most schools are kind of getting pretty close to that in Vermont. The APPA also recommends budgeting 2% of this is like when you buy a house, the closing agent says, you better save 2% a year to work on your house for things like a roof and boiler, and it's that same 2%. So they recommend 2% per year for your routine maintenance. That's replacing fans and valves and flooring and cabinets, and so that it doesn't build up and stack up and you don't have many millions of it. The upshot here is that these are big numbers. Nobody in Vermont is budgeting this much money. And for a lot of reasons, we all have the same struggles with, my taxes went up like 20% last year. I will also say that the numbers that you were budgeting before pre-COVID, those were probably good numbers. These recommended actual dollar figures are inflated drastically over the last 4 or 5 years because the cost of construction has more than doubled. So by doubling the cost of construction, you've doubled the replacement value, which means 2% of double is twice what it was. So it's just we're just trying to call attention to the fact that there are organizations which do recommend how much to budget, and the state is starting to look at this. And I think it's because in anticipation of potential restart of the school construction funding, they want to ensure that they're giving money out to schools that are budgeting and taking care of their buildings, which is actually great for this district, which has been doing a good job of that. So I would just say, stay the course. So here's your next steps. What we typically do is we prioritize these things how we feel they need to be. Oftentimes we have to meet with, sometimes it's an ad hoc committee that includes some board members, a parent, the superintendent, the facilities director, and we will sort of go through, it's pretty tedious, but we'll say, is this really a priority one? Here's why we said it was a priority one. And then oftentimes what happens is it starts to kind of stretch out and you say, we really got to deal with these things. And you started saying, well, here's one type of project. And if maybe we could do this as one option, and maybe we should do these other couple of things and scoot those in, that's another option. So we kind of have to go back and forth with people and discuss the items, and it's usually the most productive, sounds crazy, but the most productive way forward is to sort of go through it line by line and make sure that a representative group of all the people who are have a role in governing and operating and administering the school district all have agreement on what the priority things are, so you know what's gonna happen next. Ultimately, what this leads to is, and this just isn't part of this scope of work, but ultimately what most districts would do is they come up with a capital improvement plan. And they'll take all these different items, prioritize them, and figure out, okay, we're gonna do this year, we're gonna do this next year. In 4 years, we're gonna do a bigger project, we're gonna plan for it, and it's gonna include all of these things, and we're gonna start talking to people about it now, so that they're ready for it when it comes. And you kind of look at the next kind of 10 years and say, how are we gonna tackle all these items over the long haul? And that's kind of the next step. I said a lot about just bullet one there. But it gets to bullet two as well, which items can be addressed with your capital budget, which items might you want to bond for? Because it's pretty hard to budget your way out of, if you have $30 million of work to do between priority one and priority two, that's hard to budget your way out of. And it actually, in some ways, makes sense to borrow cheap money and pay for it over time. Because it's like a mortgage. You take out a mortgage for your home and your costs keep going up, fuel escalates, your salary goes up, but your mortgage payment stays the same. So, and the asset depreciates over 20 years. So it makes sense to borrow that money to pay for a long-term depreciation over time, rather than spend your cash up front for it. So that's my 2 cents on that. Do you want to talk about bullet three?
Yeah, a district-wide facilities master plan is something that we do recommend districts to undertake. And it can take many forms, but essentially it's just a way of looking at the district, from a high level and thinking about where these first 2 bullet points have led us. And do we think we have to, as Cam mentioned, do we think we might have to actually borrow some money to get things done? Do we think we might have to talk about, the buildings themselves and what can be salvaged? It's really, it's probably a discussion it's probably the hardest one to start of all these discussions, because it feels so open-ended and it feels like it could go anywhere and maybe not in the best place. So this is something we do recommend, getting some help with, but, additionally, master plans have started to be, talked about at the state level. Was it Act 149? Cam?
Yeah, so Act 149 passed and became law in July. And Act 149 is a program, does 2 things. It sets up the working group of legislators that will be recommending a program for school construction funding. So that group is currently meeting regularly, and I think they're supposed to deliver their initial recommendations in January, which, I hope there have been fruitful discussions. But it also is a grant program, which is currently unfunded, but they're hoping to get funding appropriated in this legislative session to do this master planning work. Because the district, the Agency of Education has a number of kind of items that they want schools to do. I noticed we have the dreaded C word on this presentation, and I'll just say right now, we're not in the business of recommending that schools be closed. That's a highly personal and a hairy topic. But I believe the state is, if they're going to be funding any construction projects in the future, they're going to want to know that those discussions at least took place and that it was investigated, that you looked at the whole district, and which properties make sense to invest in, and which projects or properties are maybe could be sunsetted. So, it's not something that we're pushing for. But it's a conversation that if you ever hope to get money from the state, I think the conversation has to be had.
So as architects, looking at your report, what would you recommend as far as consolidation? What buildings would you want to see sunsetted?
Boy,
I know, it's a
right in the hot seat.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong opinion right now looking at your portfolio. I think that that's really a discussion which has to involve the community. We're here to deliver the data. And it's for other people to interpret what should be done with that data. I would say that if buildings have a lot of more deferred maintenance and they're also missing key spaces, then the choice is, do you add the spaces and get those buildings kind of so that all the district schools have an equity of opportunity for students? And you balance that against, is there a lot of work needed in that building? I know, have anyone read the Pincus report, the Picus report? So I think the Picus report points towards where perhaps some people who make the rules want people to migrate towards. We are agnostic. We do not have an agenda. We are here to support the district and the district and community's goals. That's it. And this is not our dogfight.
I will say that some districts have engaged us with the idea of potential consolidation. And where we come into the picture or into the conversation is to help the district understand what any given scheme might look like, rather than recommending a closure. So that's really where our strengths lie, is to help vision out what that could end up being and how it could be accomplished, rather than saying you ought to close a school.
So with the work that you've done to date, would you be able to perform that task with this board or with the facilities committee?
It's a little bit different exploration, because I think, and the district actually has to do some work on their end. Our recommendation would be that school leadership, district leadership really should take the lead here, because it's, as professionals, it's not really our role to sort of make those initial suggestions. Our role is to test assumptions. So, and also to provide another data set that goes on top of this. So for instance, we're working on a couple of these right now. And the exercise that I'm going through just to illustrate what I'm talking about is, we're looking at, for instance, how many behavioral interventionists and second grade, third grade, fourth grade classrooms, et cetera, how many of these things are in the whole district? And how many are actually needed? Because you end up with a lot of schools that have like a 0.2 nurse here and a 0.4 nurse there and a 0.4 nurse there. And sometimes, and you have 1.4 nurses in the district. And if you had one building, could one nurse do the job? And I think what that leads to is that the district really needs to be forecasting what are the operational impacts of these changes. Like, let's say a scenario is you're gonna close one school. And I'm not gonna pick one right now, but you have an idea. You have to game out how much are you gonna save operationally by doing that? Because a lot of times, I mean, people think you close a school, you save that school's budget. That's not true. Those people, the people who work there, still have to go service those kids when the kids go somewhere else. And something like 90+%, even in the ideal world where we're budgeting everything that APPA wants us to, and we got brand new modern schools and we're paying a big mortgage payment on those big projects. Even in that future, something like 90 to 95% of the cost to the district, like the money that people are paying in their taxes, that's going into the salaries and benefits, and the maintenance and cleanliness of the facilities. It's not going into that mortgage payment. So there's more, ground to be gained by looking at whether there's savings to be made operationally, and you have to do both of those at the same time, because it's not, you don't make the decision just based on the facilities. You have to make the decision based on what's the educational offerings, is there better equity? Do you have operational savings? How much work has to go into, I mean, there's a whole host of different factors that have to be, there's a lot of research that goes into it. So.
I'll just add a comment. If I were to answer to sort of partially answer your question without stepping too close to the fire. If I were to look at the numbers that we showed you folks, and I looked at the FCI, that ratio, the FCI is awfully high at this building. So on paper, this building, you know, it looks like it might need more work than the others. However, over the past 2 years, there have been 2 projects here, very public-facing projects. One of them was paid, I think, it mostly by federal funding, and it's transformed a huge part of the experience of the building. So on paper, there may be pause to say, oh, this school really, you know, gosh, can we save it? And yet, a couple of projects over a couple of years, a little bit of investment, and all of a sudden you have a completely different experience in the building. So it's really hard for us to take a look at the numbers and then make a recommendation based on that. It really is a much bigger conversation.
Yeah.
Liz, I saw your hand up. I can't see you, but if you want to share, go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate all of this very, very much. Find it very helpful, and I'm so glad that we're communicating about it this way. I guess in response to what you just said, I agree with the consolidation sentiment about staff in terms of there will be people that still are needed to serve the students in a different building. But it also, if the building itself is looking at $10 million worth of work, then that is meaningful, and that's less of a mortgage payment on the number of buildings that we want to invest in to get up to code even. And I noticed, but what I was originally raising my hand for was, and you've heard at the beginning of our meeting, we're struggling with lots of things and really prioritizing our spending on access to student programming and services. So it's another district goal of ours, because you reflected on how you support us in our goals. And we have been driven by equity and access, and that's access for all learners and accessibility. I noticed that the fire alarms are looking to have voice and visual, for instance. So that's, you know, deaf blind, right? Super important to have emergency alerts that are helpful to every student and faculty member in our building. I feel like how much was the accessibility considered in the report that you did? I saw efficiency was considered, safety and codes, but what about accessibility? Or is that a different process that you would go through? Because I do think there's widely varying access challenges in our different buildings. And I wonder what those costs would be.
I can speak to that. I did personally review accessibility at each building, and accessibility notes are part of each building's report, as well as in our cost estimating spreadsheet, itemized to each building and each item. We did see quite a bit of accessibility deficiencies, which we expect and see in schools all over the state, just due to the age of the buildings and the age of everything in the buildings. What you brought up, the point of, accessible, alarm system, for example, is, is also in the report. We did note those deficiencies where they occurred. And, we, in previous conversations with some of the administration here at Mount Abe, we had talked about not only accessibility, but really, sort of, we would call universal accessibility or barrier-free design, and that being a goal of the districts going forward. And so we really took a look at this, not just with a view to just meeting code, but also opportunities to really improve accessibility for all occupants of the building. So I think that when you take a look and dig down into the reports, you will see those items there, and there are a number of them.
And just to put just a little bit more flesh on that, specifically our ethos at Truex Collins is that, it's not enough to have one accessible classroom and kind of shift the, you have a student in a wheelchair and that's their classroom for all 6 years they're in the building. Our approach is that all classrooms need to be accessible so that students can use the whole building. And that does go, I believe that does exceed the minimum code requirements, but that's just something that we feel strongly about. We could be instructed to do something different, but we would recommend against it.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? I know it's a lot to drink in.
Yeah.
I think we don't,
Last one.
yeah, we, that's what we need. I don't want to monopolize it, but one of the things we talked about in finance and facility was how much time do we have before some of the items in column 2 and column 3, levels 2 and 3 priorities, move to level 1? That's an extra step for us to be planning a little bit, being more proactive.
Now, let me give you an example. So at some point, and I don't know when this is, but at some point, a mechanical unit, a ventilation unit that is at near or at the end of its useful life, may stop functioning. And at that point, it becomes a health impact. And even if you go get it repaired, it had downtime. We find this all the time. We go into schools and it's, hey, that gym air handling unit hasn't been on since 1997. And and sometimes like our engineer finds that the equipment isn't running. And I don't think we had that here, but that's happened at Vermont schools. And I think this gets at the sort of need to sort of go through the list and transfer that knowledge, that assessment of priority to the people in the district, to the administrators and the board. Because right now it's just our judgment. And there may be things that we have said, hey, you know what, that's, we've had things that people move from priority 3 into priority 1 because like, no, we've had a problem with this in the district. We have to deal with this now. And we don't have that context because we don't have that detailed historical knowledge. So it really speaks to that need to sort of kind of roll up our sleeves, get a manageable size group of people who are representative of the different bodies and sort of go through the list and say, do we agree that this is the right prioritization?
I would say too, we rely heavily at times on the institutional knowledge of people in the district. A facilities director, for example, where we could note and say, that boiler is getting pretty old and it may become a problem at some point. But the facilities director in meeting with us might say, you know what, I've had to buy parts off of eBay for this thing for 3 years. We don't really have much time. And that would be something that, would change our assessment of that particular item. And so, that's not something that we necessarily, we don't sit down and meet with these folks exhaustively to go over every item. But that's where we would identify certain things where there's a question around it, look into it a little deeper and maybe rely on the people in the district to really help us to come to a good decision on moving forward.
Yeah, I just have a timeline question. I noticed that the report says September 3rd, 2024. And then the introduction says that you were in schools in the spring of 2024. I'm just trying to figure what is the effective date of your observations?
And so the effective date of our observations began in March, late March of 2024. We did callbacks as needed through April.
Mhm.
We produced an initial draft of our report in July, including getting pricing back from our cost estimators, and then essentially went through an exhaustive review, sent questions back to them, sent edits back to our consulting engineers to make sure that, you know, everything was clear and legible and consistent. And the final revision, where these items were published, was in September.
Okay, so kind of over the summer then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also get corrected on, I mean, we come and we make observations and then we show up and Floyd will be like, no, that's not right. Here, I'll show you. And of course, he's right, because he's here every day. So we have to revise, fix our report. So we're human beings. We also make mistakes, but we try to fix them.
But yeah, I'm just curious though, boy, it happened over the summer. That's when we do a lot of work around here. How, have any of the priority ones or some of the
The roof
priority
at
ones?
Beaman would be a really good example,
Yeah.
right? That was.
You talked about, right, you talked about.
Correct. And there are some items at Bristol, fascia work that was a priority because of water replacement. The gym floor at, Moncton, that was done.
Yep.
Off the top of my head, I'm just not gonna get all of them, but we have been working towards a number of these.
Mhm.
And some of them, you know, were planned a year ago,
Before,
right? You know, so had we had this, we might have looked at a few other things that we might have been able to squeeze
Do it
in
at the
this
same
summer.
time.
Yeah.
And recognize and remember that we didn't pass a budget until yesterday, right?
There is that.
So it was really hard to go out and, I wasn't gonna hang my superintendent out on signatures on contracts for money we didn't know we were going to get, okay, in a budget process.
No, my only interest was of the list, the various lists of how much of it has already been done, that's all, so that we know, okay, maybe there are 12 things on the list, but 3 of them have been done, so you don't have to worry about those 3.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, again, it is a snapshot in time document, because we could sort of, you know, we could get updates continually from a school district where there are, you know, constantly projects and replacements and paint jobs.
Sifting through debris, we gotta try to figure out where the fire started. So far, the victims of the blast have not been identified. Carter Evans, CBS News.
This is a clean one. We've had not so clean ones.
We'll happily accept those.
I'll note this, maybe people aren't aware of this, maybe they are. We, in addition to the kind of static snapshot in time report that we wrote and we've now revised and we're gonna pin it on the wall. We also have a living document that I don't know if we've turned it over yet or not, but all of this information in the report, all of these items, their costs, their priorities, it all lives in a large matrix. It's basically a gigantic Excel spreadsheet. And that material can be provided to the district for their use so that they can plan and tick off those items, take them off the list. And that document, that living document really is the bones that would become a capital improvement plan. You would take all those items, figure out their priority. It's a pretty big conversation. It involves a lot of people, but once you figure it out, now you have a roadmap. That document does exist, and if we haven't provided it, we can.
Do we have it yet?
I don't think I've seen it.
We'll get it to Floyd.
Liz, is your hand up from before or now?
I was just wondering, because you are so connected at the state level, if you had any idea about the PCB testing? Because that also feels like a huge of this puzzle.
My question was loaded.
Let's keep coming. So I don't have any special knowledge of that program. And, you know, I don't want to put my foot in a mess. Here's what I'll say about PCBs. We've had projects that we've done. We did a very nice, complete refresh of a school in Chittenden County, not the Winooski School, a different one, recently. And during the course of that project, this was 8 or 10 years ago, we found PCBs They were abated. Project was finished on time and on budget. There was, I mean, people didn't even find out about it because we learned about it. We got the plans together for, well, we didn't, environmental engineers put together the plans for abatement. We helped support that through documentation for the contractor to rebuild what was affected. And the project went smoothly and finished and was fine. And so I think that just because a building has PCBs, it's not a death sentence. What happened in Burlington may in the end be an aberration. And so if that program starts back up, you know, it just means it's just one more thing to add to the list and figure it out. Like, so I don't really know much more other than I would say, take heart.
I had a question. So your living Excel sheet from if everything was a go from this minute forward, projected end date or start of construction would be like 2 years, 3 years, something like that.
Oh, man, if you were to say, oh, we want to fix everything. Well, that's like 5 big projects. It's a year of design at least. It's probably 2 if you were to hire 5 separate contractors. Some of these buildings are small, you might get it done in a school year. A building of this size, if you were to like do everything on the, first of all, it'd be very, very invasive. And there'd be a lot that you'd have to deal with and it would be messy. And we'd have to have plans for where kids are gonna go and all that stuff, but it probably could take 2 years. So, I mean, if you were to do it all at once, whole hog, which is probably just doesn't seem like it's in the cards, but I'd say the soonest you could finish would be 3 or 4 years. That's why a longer term plan, looking at it over, we would suggest a 10-year time horizon.
So I had a follow-up question.
Sure.
So every year that you wait, what's the percentage of increase of cost that you're looking at?
We built in some escalation into the prices, just the amount that we were comfortable building out because escalation has been so, you know, wild over the past few years. So the prices that are reflected in our estimates are for 2026.
Right.
And that's really as far out as we could go. So after 2026, there's really, you would, there's no real confidence in being able to project that.
Yeah, the cost estimator has this crystal ball and no, I'm joking, but historically, construction cost escalation for like 100 years was 3%. And during 2020 and 2021, it was like 20 to 50%, depends on what and who and where. And it has come back down. You know, we're starting to see projects that are coming in, the bids from contractors are coming in under budget again. And that just, no matter how hard the estimators tried, they could not keep up with escalation during the lockdown period. Now it's started to normalize and I think it's down around 4% or so and 4 to 5%. It depends. It's escalating faster in Vermont because we don't have enough heavy trades people. We don't have enough plumbers, electricians, carpenters, sheet metal workers, the list goes on. And so the mechanical, plumbing and electrical trades are still escalating faster than other things. But yeah, every year it could be another, if you have $50 million worth of work, it could be another $1 million or $2 million a year that it goes up every year. You don't do anything.
Good.
I know it's sobering and I really want to say that. Thank you guys. Thank you all for your patience. This is a lot of information and you are all, the eyes aren't totally glassed over, so I feel like we did an okay job.
I think it was a really eye-opening experience, not only because of the level of detail that you provided, and we're going to see more afterwards in the more detailed report, but it also put in perspective for us that, yes, it's really hard for us to get a budget passed just for educational purposes, and you're adding on a potential bond vote that nobody wants to see coming. But it's not a simple fix. That's what we've been saying for a while. Nothing is going to be a quick fix, that to do this and to do it appropriately, if it means consolidation, then it means careful planning. It doesn't mean just close one building, sell the building and move kids to another. It means that there has to be intentional planning for it.
We've also been using the term reconfiguration
Mhm.
instead of consolidation, and it's a purposeful, it's not just semantics. We advocate that districts consider what the future use of buildings are gonna be if they're no longer used for schools. You know, like, should be converted into housing. Things like that, because I think communities need to have a vision. Someone needs to provide some ideas about what's gonna happen with these assets if they're no longer schools.
Mhm.
So that's part of the discussion too. Cause these are central properties and services in many of Vermont's small communities, and you know, I live in one too.
And hopefully with with the information we provided, these tools, that part of the conversation is less of a black box for everybody going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're gonna move down to our next item, which is action item to approve monitoring report 2.0 global executive constraints. Can I get a motion to open, please? Justin, a second? A second. Kristen, discussion on monitoring report 2.0. Any discussion, comments, questions? Things that don't make sense.
I have one comment, it's a generic one, I don't think it impacts what I think about this particular one. I just noticed a lot of the evidence are policies. Which I think are really useful to see, this is like a vision for how the district should be run. But there's less on how it's actually being run, if that makes sense, and I don't know, there might not be easy evidence to speak to that. Or maybe the lack of evidence against violations from policies is sufficient. But it seems like, shall not cause or allow any practice activity that's unlawful, unsafe, and prudent, like. We mostly have a list of rules that try to prohibit that, but not really a sense of are those rules like effectively being followed throughout the district. And again, I don't know if I don't really necessarily need that here, and you have a bit of that, like the SWIS data, right? Like is a way to sort of speak to the way that students are engaging in this structure. But I just wonder if it's supposed to be asking like, is this happening? Is our policy sufficient to demonstrate that moving forward? And I don't know your thoughts on that, or if there are ways to do that.
Yeah, one of the challenges is the way the structure is, because it's executive limitations, it's lack of evidence is sometimes evidence of compliance with the policy. So that is true for sure. And then the reality is like there are many things that, so I'm thinking about the fire safety assessment. So that is a piece of evidence that is sort of a third party observation of, are we compliant with, it's not just, are we not allowing something to happen? Are we actually doing what we're supposed to and following those rules? There's many sets of rules that we have to follow. So that's an example of an outside assessment. I think about the auditor, the audit, that's another outside evaluation of, are we following rules and being compliant? So I think there is a mix of absence of data. There are here's some procedural things, and because I don't have data to show that we're in violation, here are some things that we promote to lead to not having violations. That's where the policies and procedures come in as evidence. But yeah, it's there. We have some limitations in the demonstration of the absence of violations, other than the absence of the violations.
I wonder if just a sentence here or there that says that, maybe in future ones, just so we can say like, oh, here's the policy, and like, I have not had any, like, hearing from you, like, I have no evidence to suggest that this policy isn't being effectively implemented or something
Yeah.
like that.
In one of these two, I did make some reference to that, that the absence of data is demonstration of compliance of this, whatever that particular portion was.
Exactly. I think
Yeah.
that's a useful, like, even if it feels kind of performative in some ways, like, that way it's sort of your vision, your record of like, I don't have anything and I want the board to be aware that I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
As opposed to just that there is the policy.
Yeah.
So it's just a comment.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna follow up, like, I hear you, the absence of data is data in itself. But who's regulating, like, that using the Swiss data, like, following up with what Mike said? It says that that's where we're collecting, but who's actually making sure we are collecting? So if you're pulling reports to support this, but your principals aren't putting the information in, or whoever's responsible. You're bad data in, bad data out, right? And then one other thing that kind of stood out for me, and I could be remembering this incorrectly and I couldn't find it, but I feel like we use the MCS handbook as support. We have more schools in this district than just that one, and I'm not confident that all of the handbooks are up to par. And we keep using the same one, then we're not making sure we're up to par elsewhere. And I think we need to be, because we are a district with several schools, not just looking at one in the data support.
We've done a variation of things here, years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago. These documents used to be a lot lengthier because they had, like, we'd have every school's report, and the feedback was, that's too much, if we can get a sampling. And we do try to, we might have missed this one, but we do try to, we used Moncton last year for this, it's these are different schools this time around. So we do try to, because we're not giving all of them every year, we try to sprinkle it around.
My comment was along the same lines, and maybe just in a very simple, direct way, just being a little bit more explicit. For example, like Mike said, you reference policies. An example would be the FERPA training. Staff are required to submit proof. And then maybe just a sentence, 100% of staff submitted proof of training. And that just lets us know that you're tracking.
All right, I'm just jotting those notes down. Anything else to add? No? So based upon the information provided, does the board find that the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Other evidence the board requested was some more proving evidence, such as adding 100 percentages of people who are in compliance with things, or demonstrating where a lack of evidence is supportive of policy implementation, and perhaps looking at rotating or adding all school handbooks as evidence in future reports. All those in favor of approving monitoring report 2.0, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion passes. We'll move down to action item D, approving monitoring report 2.6, asset protection. Can I get a motion to open, please? Justin, second. Barb. Discussion.
Well, I think you could add the Truex report to your appendices.
Any other thoughts on that report? No? Okay. Based upon the information provided, does the board find that the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
Yes.
No other comments? All those in favor of approving monitoring report 2.6, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We move down to update for the financial report.
Last questions? Okay,
Please, Jen.
Floyd's looking at me. He's ready.
Ready.
No, well, this is gonna help me when we get to the budget, so that's why I have just a couple of questions. So with regards to the 1,100 and the 1,200, so the salaries and related fringe for our staff. So the amount that in that final column, the budget variance, after we've given our year-end estimate, is pretty substantial, like 1.2 million, just a little over 1.2 on the 1,100 line and just under 1.2 million on the 1,200 line. Yet the explanation is, 2 FTEs in the 1,200 line, like 2 FTEs isn't $1 million. So help me understand how we're at that point.
Sure. Well, there'll be a lot of items that come into there as we go forward. Let's use that HRA for an example, which currently is encumbered in the central services, general administration. And as we are able to allocate it to our teammates, where it was spent, it will come into that direct instruction because it will match those staff members as it's used. So some of those items are just not able yet to be moved around. Or allocated probably is a better word.
And
And there's, go ahead.
But if we move it out of general admin and move it up to direct instruction, then we then we have a larger variance in general admin if we're just reallocating it.
Sort of. We've encumbered it, so it shows that we've spent it, right? So then it will just be reset, right? It'll be an out of the general and an in. So the general budget will now lower because we're able to put it where it needs to go for reporting for state purposes.
Okay, so then is it true to say then, so let's say out of the 1.6 million that's encumbered plus actual under general admin, if $1 million of that, I'm just gonna make this up, Floyd, obviously.
Sure.
Is gonna move from there up to between 1,100 and 1,200, that means we're gonna have an extra $1 million under budget in general admin.
You can look at it that way, but the budget will reduce by the amount, right? So if you've got $1 in that central line and we're now going to move it to the direct, we're gonna bring the number in central down, the expended and encumbered, that number will drop and the budget number, the number in direct will then go up. So it washes, but we have to track it somewhere in terms of budgeting. That's where it sits now. So right now, it's out of central services. We have encumbered all of it. So then it will then move to an encumbrance up in the other line, because that's where that expense will live when we report to the states.
Right, and we want it properly classified. I guess what I'm getting at is like right now, based on where our 24-25 budget is. So first column compared to the fourth column, we're estimating, let's take facilities and building improvements out of this right now, because we know that we haven't done all of that. We're estimating to be under budget 6.8 million, add back $1 million. So let's say 5.8 million, because we know we have facilities to still spend down when we prioritize our projects. So that's probably not true, one, because of vocational, which is my next question, but that's the way I read this report. So then that would be where I would start as my base to build next year's budget. We're gonna be favorable 5 million this year, that's my base to build next year's budget. But if you're using FY 24-25 budget to build next year's budget, then we're starting higher than we're actually gonna land. That's where I'm trying
I
to.
think the disconnect for me in trying to explain this is you're looking at where are we at the end of the year? And we haven't encumbered. We can't encumber a salary, for example, that we don't have an expense for. So that shows as a budget variance to the encumbered amount. Let's just go through 1,100.
Yep.
And we have, if you go to page 1 of the expanded
Mm-hmm.
budget info, general fund expenditure summarized.
Yep.
Which is a rolled up number, and you just kind of punch down through that, you see 164 professional staff, 191 for paraeducators, 129 for group health insurance. Tuition reimbursement hasn't started yet. We haven't made the Vista's retirement payment yet. $265,000 for tuition to an approved in-state school for direct for 504s, for example. And we purposefully have money in that line because we don't know if somebody's gonna move in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just kind of run through that, 190 here, 160 there, all of a sudden you're looking at 1.2 mil. So it may seem like a big number, but it's really just the rolling up of all of those positions. I mean, 164,000 for professional staff, it's a couple of teachers.
Yep.
But it's the culmination of all of those items. And if you look through that general fund expenditures and look at it by a line basis,
Mm-hmm.
and I know you love to get into the weeds and the details, and that's why we provide it, is sometimes that helps to clarify the difference between the front page number, which shows this great big budget variance, when really it's just not that, it's a lot of different items that create that. So it's unlikely that, the 164,000 for salaries for professional staff, if we're able to, when we're able to hire that position, that number will drop.
Right, agree. So, and I'm gonna put a pin in the budget thing till we get to the budget, because of respecting the agenda. So remind me, I think I asked this last time, and I'm sorry, I just don't remember.
Please.
For vocational,
Sure.
we know we know it's coming. We probably have contracts or something coming. So why haven't we encumbered that yet?
There's a 6-semester rolling average that comes from the state. It's either December 15th, July, or January 15th, somewhere in that window,
Mhm.
is when we get notified what that 6-semester average is, and that's the number that we'll enter in. We've assumed, we've budgeted that we're going to have this expense based on our experience and who we know have gone. And that just hasn't come to be encumbered yet. Let's do it once.
But they budget at the Voc Center, they budget the same fiscal year that we do, correct? So it's not a 6-semester term, it's,
Our count for what we're charged for tuition is a 6-semester rolling average. So that if you have in 1 year, a 20% increase in your students going to the Voc to Hannaford, it's not as big of a hit budget-wise in that year. It allows you to spread it out over those 6 semesters, right? So you might have 14 kids go in and then decide, we don't want to do this anymore. So now that those 14 kids that we just added allows us to budget it over a longer window of time. It's the way the state has structured it. It's not negotiable on our end. Here's the number you have to pay.
okay, thanks for explaining that. I didn't realize that we were on a 6-semester rolling.
We can go deep into the weeds if you would like.
Good to know. We want Liz to know what she's getting into.
Any other questions on this update? All right, I'm gonna move on then. Supposed to be item F, but it says A, so pardon that, A2, update for the superintendent's report. Any questions or comments about that?
Yeah, I have one question maybe for Floyd. I saw he was quoted in the report about all positions are filled. Maybe you could expand on.
And the facility side?
Right, I don't know, there's a,
Sure, that was me. We do not, right, currently, today,
right,
we do not have an opening in our facility staff.
okay.
Say it quietly,
Probably for the first time in 4 years.
4 years.
Interesting.
No, it jumped out at me. I'm shocked because for 4 years we've been talking about all the vacancies.
Right.
It is, just a nice place to know that, we have people in places, you know, to be able to make sure the corners are clean and the kids are coming to a welcoming building.
There you go. Anything else on that? Then we'll move down, what would be G, but is labeled F, update for FY 26 budget, which was sent to you all separately. You all have that.
I'll share my screen again. Okay, so a lot of this is the same as what you saw last time in terms of, sort of what's new and some of the assumptions. I think what I'll reiterate, as I did last time I presented, we're still really early in the process. We haven't gotten a single piece of information from the state yet. That doesn't come until early December, when they have the staff in place to give us that information. What those ramifications are, because they won't have the staffing or it's uncertain what the staffing will be. Hard to know what will happen with that timeline. So take all of this with a grain of salt, but this was at this point in time, given what we know, what we're assuming, a way to hit the target that the board set. So new for this time around, excess spending penalty, sort of a new, not new. It was on hold for a little while, but it's back. And they've reduced the threshold, right? So you used to have to be 121% over the state average before you triggered the penalty. That's lowered now to 118% of the state average. At this point in time, we're not looking like we're going to be anywhere near that threshold. So it's effectively not an issue for us now, but good to just remember that it's back. The calculation has changed, as we talked about before. Really just shifting the impact of the CLA, pushing that now to the pre-CLA. It effectively doesn't change the cost, but it changes where the emphasis might be placed on where the pressures are. I'm going through these quickly because we've talked about these, I think a couple of times now. We are still using the FY 26 income yield, so we're using the same yield that we used to actually to build this one. But we should get the new yield that's estimated by December 1st. Again, hopefully by December 1st, that's when it's supposed to come. And then still waiting on how to calculate the income sensitized formula under the impact of that statewide CLA assessment. Ballot language has changed. Basically, in addition to how much money we're asking for, it's also saying what % change in the cost per pupil does this represent? So a little more transparency to voters, because that cost per pupil is the direct correlation to tax rate. Great news, instead of 17% increase in healthcare, we're now assuming 11.9% with information that came out. That was a significant, that was $200,000+ to the good. So that's really good news. And sad that we're excited, it's only 11.9%. I think that says something as well. We are still estimating our long-term weighted average daily membership. We won't get that number again till early December. And again, there's no threshold, spending threshold impact here, because we don't anticipate going over that. We do now have, we have some lower revenue, than what you saw last time, and that is because some of the reductions came in the area of special education. And that has some, offsetting revenue that comes with it, in particular in the area of extraordinary expenses. So the actual reduction in year over year spending had to be greater than the $1.8 million target because of the decreased revenue to hit that tax rate target that you said of not to exceed 6% in the most impacted town. So we do have lower revenue largely because of the special education change, and also some because the number of students we're anticipating coming in from Lincoln that are paying tuition is lower than what you saw last time.
And why is that, Patrick?
Good question. I think perhaps fewer kids is part of it overall, and the number of kids that intend to enroll in Mount Abe is decreasing, which is sort of something we expected. Was early on in the relationship, a higher percentage of students we expected to come to Mount Abe because they have relationships established, et cetera, and those relationships become more distant over time, and the draw to Mount Abe may be different, 10 years from now than it is even today, so.
And recognize that we're projecting this is the enrollment for next year, which is based on this fall, we came in a little shorter than we thought we were going to in terms of the tuition from Lincoln, right? And we don't get that final number until the kids show up. And then taking that little bit lower number and projecting what's gonna happen to that going forward was just a best guess.
So the 5 that did not come from Lincoln were for this year, the school year that we're already in, they're not the projected ones.
And then we projected that same 5 down with I think we took 2 more on that in addition to.
And to put that in perspective, those 5 are $100,000+,
Right.
so it adds up quickly. We're still assuming the CLAs will drop by 5 points, but we again won't get that information. Is that December as well, Floyd, CLA information, or later?
It's typically.
Actual CLA won't be until later.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
But we'll have some
Yeah,
estimates.
But we should see something mid-December on a projected CLA.
Mhm. And then we're still using the same yield, and we'll update that when we get that. So these are the numbers. So you can see the spending is down 1.4 million from current year. Because we had to reduce 2.8 million from the level service budget, if you recall last time. We weren't reducing 1.8 million from current year's spending. Nevertheless, a $1.4 million reduction in year-over-year spending is significant when you consider the cost escalation for basically everything. So almost a 4% reduction year-over-year in expenses. As I mentioned, revenue is lower than what you saw before. And again, revenue is not static either. We'll get more information as this process unfolds, and we'll keep updating the revenue and having those conversations along the way to understand its impact. Bottom line is what we had to reduce effectively by 1.8 million from the last presentation was this education spending, because that's really what drives down the cost per pupil, which drives down the tax rate to be able to hit the target that was set. And so with the reductions that we're talking about, that brings us to that education spending. It's the same long-term weighted average daily membership that you saw last time, which produces an actual reduction in the cost per pupil year over year, which is significant because we also lost 16 students.
So this is where kind of my question dovetails into the budget. So the total expenses in the FY25 column is the budget. And so if we don't actually anticipate, and again, I realize based on the conversation I just had with Floyd, the 6.5 million is not real. But if we don't actually anticipate spending the 35, like how are we building our budget? Are we using what we're spending now, not the 35, but we're actually spending now with our base budget and then going forward? Or are we using the 35, which is what we budgeted and going forward? Because those are 2 very different things.
So it's looking at the last couple of years' actuals and trying to true that up. There are some things that we know, like, so for example, we're looking at what are we anticipating for student needs next year?
Mhm.
And so that's not necessarily just based on what have we been spending, it's based on what we know about students and
Yep.
who's graduating and who like, there's a lot of movement there that we're trying to account for as accurately as we can.
Yep.
And in addition to that, going line by line, looking at what have we been spending here? And have we been underspending? And is that an area that we can trim because we haven't been spending that?
Okay.
So that kind of scrubbing happened between the last presentation and tonight's presentation to try and chew that up. Knowing that, you know, it's risky to cut some things right back to exactly what you've been spending, because if we have a colder year this year than last year, what's gonna happen with your heating? You know, if you trim expenses to only what you know for sure you need for student support next year, and then you have 3 kids move in, like things, there has to be some sort of safety net for some of the unknown built in as well.
Yep.
So that was factored in.
Okay, thank you.
And literally met with each building principal to go through their lines and central office leaders, like we looked at every single of the 1,800 something lines of this budget to look at prior couple of years spending. What do we know? Where can we trim? Because literally trim $700 off this line. To try and find savings from wherever we could before we had to look at personnel.
I think a good example, maybe even dive a little deeper. Our tax anticipation note that we have in place for cash flow purposes. Our most difficult cash flow windows are behind us this year. We think we're gonna be okay going forward, and what that means is we may not actually have to draw down on that number. So we can leave it in the investment side of the account, which is driving income, revenue for us.
Yep.
Just because our cash flow was good this year, it would be not prudent to budget in an interest cost, a short-term interest charge in that line for next year. Because we can't, we can estimate, we can guess what our short-term borrowing needs might be next year. But to say we could save $105,000 if we just don't count, if we say we're not going to borrow that. And then we have to, we're upside down by a teacher.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's, yep, logical. Yep.
So in terms of the impact, so now getting into the tax rates, when we look at what happens before CLA, so this is just the homestead tax rate comparing current to what's projected with this level of spending, we're trimming about 2 cents or 1.4%. So it's a decrease in the homestead tax rate before CLA, which is significant. I think that's a difficult thing to achieve. Probably few districts will achieve that. And this level of spending does that. And so what that does post CLA now, you can see Bristol being the most impacted town. That was the town not to exceed 6%. This brings that into 5.96%. New Haven's pretty close to the same, and then you can see the smaller percent impacts to Moncton and Starksboro. Because those towns have their reappraisal. It's really the difference between those percent changes. What that means in terms of a cost per change per 100,000 of assessed value, again, keep in mind in Moncton and Starksboro, a lot less of a change per 100,000. And houses are worth more hundreds of thousands because of the reappraisal. So how that math really works out is sort of individualized. But you're looking at about $115 per 100,000 of assessed value in Bristol and New Haven, and 30 to 40 in Moncton and Starksboro. So despite the efforts to reduce cost, and taxes still go up. Again, still trying to get a little more clarity on exactly how this is calculated. I think this is still using the old formula.
No, I don't even know if I told you. We've had some conversations with some of my cohorts, and I think that this is closer to where we think we're gonna land, and it's wrong. just because we don't yet have clarity on how the CLA on the income tax piece, of rates. But we think it's looking like, rather than I think we were 23 last time, we're a little more confident in a 15% increase for our community that pays based on income.
Which again is about 2/3. Most people pay based on income. So then the question really comes, where do those savings come from? So now we understand the financial impact of the savings. And so the savings we needed to meet the target was 1,861,000. And the savings that we're seeing here of the ed spending, so that's expenses less revenue, is 1,870,000. So pretty much right at that target. So almost 220,000 came from that health insurance change. So that's very helpful. Almost 1.6 million comes from positions, and we'll get into those. And then the other 650,000 came from all those other lines that we talked about. For a total decrease from what you saw last time of almost $2.5 million to realize the 1.8 million in savings on the ed spending. And so 14.4 of the reductions were professional staff. There are no support staff reductions in the savings, and one specifically assistant principal reduction to realize the 15.4 total FTEs. Of the 14.4 FTEs that are professional staff positions, 6 of those are unfilled positions. So really just sort of realizing those might be things that we'd love to be able to fill, we haven't. And when we're in hard times like this, that's a place we want to look pretty seriously about choosing to not fill rather than issue a reduction in force. And unfortunately, 8.4 positions, total FTEs. There are more people, more bodies impacted than the 8.4, but that's what the FTEs amount to. Would require a reduction in force at this point in time. Again, really early, lots of things can change. People can change in terms of their employment next year, if they retire, et cetera. So there are things that can reduce this number of RIFs over the next several months, because we have basically until late March, because we have the April 1 deadline for contract issuance. So of the 6 positions that would be unfilled, that are currently unfilled, that we would eliminate, 1 is a social and emotional learning coach. 3 of those are SEL interventionists, a math interventionist, and a school-based clinician.
So going back to Melissa's question, in the current budget that we're dealing with, we are already 6 positions unfilled, so we should have a surplus going in.
Yeah, I mean, that puts us somewhere in the neighborhood of $600,000 right there.
Already. So.
And some of the, like, in other years, we might we could potentially still fill an SEL coach position at some point this year, if that was going to be in the budget next year. Not much point in filling that for a partial year to then not have in the budget anyway. So that in other years, when we're not reducing these positions that are currently unfilled, we wouldn't necessarily realize all of that in the end, because we might spend some of that 1.0 that was budgeted. But in these days, it didn't used to be very true, but it is definitely true every year now, that there are positions that are unfilled all year.
How long have these positions been unfilled?
Most of them about 2 years.
Is it appropriate to ask what we do to try to fill these positions as far? I know you've talked about, like, you know, nationally have we looked, or I guess I'm reacting in some ways, maybe it's not appropriate, to the titles of these positions, yet we are often hearing just tonight that, you know, there's a need for more mental health support, there's a need for more emotional support for kiddos, and yet these are, you know, school-based clinician, these are, And then to say, okay, we haven't filled them for 2 years, so we're not gonna budget for them next year, just doesn't give us an opening. When we already know that we're struggling with these things in the districts. I wasn't here for the budget last year, so I know you're all like,
No, it's the same discussion we had.
it feels, yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just because you have the money in the budget for it, doesn't mean you're gonna actually get the support. And that has been our reality.
Sure.
So is this a statewide problem that no other school districts are able to attract and retain the SEL folks?
I don't know about SEL specifically, but staffing statewide and nationally,
Sure.
for sure, is being experienced by
And
everybody.
again, math, and I don't know where the specific person is located, but I mean, we know, I think we all are familiar with the issues related to math and students and what the data is showing us.
Mhm. I mean, the filled or unfilled positions, there's a value add to having any one of these stay in the budget. And you don't cut $1.8 million without staff reductions.
Well, you do cut $1.8 million, but not necessarily with those staff reductions. And that's the discussion we had during the last budget cycle.
Mhm. And my thinking on this was to put money in the budget for these positions, any one of these or all of these, without much confidence that they'll get filled, while riffing people who currently hold positions that wish to remain employed, like keeping someone on that I know will be here next year might very well be a greater value add than keeping money in a budget that we don't fill.
I understand.
So the reductions in force, so these are 8.4 FTEs that are currently folks that are employed that presumably wish to remain employed. The most difficult of the reductions. Two of these are elementary classroom positions. And that is, one of these was sort of anticipated to be 1 year already. And then the other one is to bring one of our schools sort of in check with the other schools in terms of class size. So really look very carefully across schools at sort of equitable class size distribution as I looked at that reduction. 0.4 social emotional learning. So there's someone that has sort of a split role, and a portion of their role is social emotional learning interventionist. And for equity purposes, like that's the only out of 3.4, I think, FTEs that we have budgeted for social emotional learning interventionists. That's the only part that's filled. So there's sort of a conscious decision like, okay, that's not a direction we're going to be going in then as a district. So this is a place that we'd be looking to realize some of that reduction as well. And then 0.5 in the design tech department here at Mount Abe, 1.0 in English, 1.0 in science, 1.0 in social studies. Those are all specific to Mount Abe in those departments. 0.8 in music, and that ends up being, it's really tricky, as we have fewer elementary classrooms, we need fewer elementary special area teachers because the instructional time for a special area teacher is driven by how many classrooms there are. Because that's the number of sort of sections they have, if you will. We have reduced elementary classroom positions over the years, and this is an additional reduction. It's been really hard to trim the special areas because it's 0.1 here and 0.2 there and 0.4 there. So there's a pretty significant domino effect that crosses all schools when you do that trimming. Finding $1.8 million couldn't not do the trimming there. Like that's time that could be argued isn't needed because there aren't classrooms that warrant the FTEs that we currently have. So that felt like kind of the time to address that staffing level.
Can I go back? I'm sorry. I need to go back for just
So-
one thing, and maybe I'm just beating this, but I'm sorry. So you said that's not a direct, I'm stuck on the social emotional learning. And you said it's not a direction we're gonna go in. So you're saying that the 0.4 is the only position we have that currently fills that criteria across all schools? We only have a 0.4 right now of that position.
So Bristol last year was the only school that had an SEL interventionist.
Okay,
We were seeing really promising things.
okay,
That person left that position, took a different position in the district. That position was vacant, was posted, couldn't fill it. We saw the value in that, so we had that in the budget, and we thought, well, Bristol shouldn't be the only school that is able to take advantage of a position like that. So we added positions to be able to sort of expand that. Like, let's try it and see if we can get that kind of support across all schools in an equitable way, which led to 3.4 total FTEs. The only FTE we could fill of the 3.4 was the 0.4. And so likewise, rather than have only one school have any access to social emotional learning interventionist, we're going to shift directions from that as an approach, because it doesn't appear we can fill those positions for the most part.
So what's replacing it? What methodologies are we using to replace those 3.4?
And so kind of the same is true for any one of these. It distributes the work among other folks in different positions. So maybe guidance counselors pick up some of that social emotional learning interventionist work, or, you know, who it gets distributed to depends on that specific position, and to some extent that school and what staffing they have and what resources are available.
Patrick, may I ask a question?
Mhm.
A theme that's come up in our last few community engagement sessions is central office. And if any cuts were considered at central office, and why or why not those cuts are or aren't in the budget presentation now.
Yeah, so I've been pretty clear for years now that I think we need fewer central offices. Like we should cut multiple central offices, not a position here, a position there. The reality is there's a minimum number of staff that you have to operate a school district. And it only sort of matters what size your school district is, as to what that staff is. So I sent out a document to try and help. It's similar to a document that we've seen before. Try and help explain it. Let me just share that document.
Thank you.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
And it sort of matters how we define central office as well. I think if you ask 5 people to define what positions are central office, you'll get 5 different versions or groups of people. So this is an attempt to share a thought about what central office could be. The top is almost verbatim something that we've seen before. Like it just sort of articulates what I said. It takes a certain amount of overhead, sort of central office overhead, to operate a $35 million business with 400 employees, et cetera, from facilities, et cetera. And so when we look at, this is going to be sort of limiting with the scrolling here, but this first group is what I would offer are central office positions. And there are, I think, 14 positions. And when you start looking down position by position, some are required by statute. So superintendent is required by statute. You need a curriculum person, doesn't have to be an assistant superintendent, but you do need someone in charge of curriculum. You need someone in charge of student support services, business manager. Some of these can start to have shared roles, like you could have a business manager that also does HR. A district our size, I think most people, if you looked at it from a private sector perspective, a $40 million business or a $35 million business with 400 employees and you have one HR person, I don't think most people would think you're going to combine that with some other position like a business manager. One accountant for a $35 million business would probably also be unusually low in the private sector.
Can I dig in a little bit?
Sure.
There? and apologies, this is like my first one, so if this
Yeah.
is not appropriate, just let me know. As we are not the private sector and as we are, looking at 1.8 million cuts and having a very direct impact on students, would it be possible to explore what some of these consolidations would look like just as an option?
When you say these consolidations,
Like talking about how there are other districts that might have a business manager and an HR in the same role. Like, is that an option that we've considered exploring, or is that just completely off the table?
from my perspective, it's off the table because we would be at tremendous risk of being out of compliance with state regulations, et cetera. Like the risk reward there, I think would put the district at a great risk.
Thank you.
So what about combining payroll specialists and accounts payable? I mean, we're talking about reconfiguring how we're delivering specialized services to the children most in need by distributing those responsibilities to other staff. What other duties in this office can be combined and redistributed?
So we have these conversations. I don't see a way to combine positions that don't risk not getting people paid, whether it's employees, their paychecks, or vendors getting our bills paid. We process 7,000 payments a year, something like that, I think, Floyd. Hundreds a week like that. So to add that burden to the person who's also paying 400, well, it says 400, when we're talking about EOP, the number is actually probably greater than 400. It's probably in the 500 range. The number of people and all the little parts and pieces that get paid. The risk of people not getting paid would be significant.
There's
we made
less
those.
risk in maybe having less admin assistance, like there's 3 within that first chunk, that would be where I think we would be able to combine more than payroll and AP, just with my finance hat on.
Yeah, I guess the question is whether you have an administrative assistant who serves 2 or 3 leads within the office.
Which is normal in the private sector, if we're gonna go along that same trend.
And they do to an extent currently. So there's administrative assistant to central office. So that person really serves Katrina and Bobby Joe, and to some extent Floyd. Then we have my administrative assistant that mostly helps me, but also does a lot with professional development and supports Katrina in that regard. The administrative assistant to the director of student supports also does Medicaid, which is a huge lift, and that doing that well more than pays for that position. And that position is grant funded anyway, so we can cut that position and all the grant funds go away too. We didn't actually save a dime on that, so I don't know that makes a lot of sense.
I think it's also important. It wasn't that many years ago, we had 2.4 accountants. Right, so some of this reduction that we're talking about tonight has happened before we got here. To consolidate and to get that, that more streamlined approach. Heck, the business manager used to have an admin assistant. I think I can type my emails myself, but that conversation and reduction has happened to get us to where we are now.
I copy this too.
For the directors of facilities and grounds needs an AA.
I've got it.
I was wondering, you mind just sending that batch that way and I can send this around this way? I mean, again, I think with what we've learned about the amount of work that needs to get done and the money that gets spent, in the absence of an administrative assistant to the director of facilities and grounds, the director of facilities and grounds is doing much of that, which means there's something they're not doing. And that creates risk as well.
Is the director of safety a state required position?
The position isn't required, but a lot of the work that they do is work that is required to get done. So one of the big things is Title IX. We need to have a Title IX coordinator. And that's one of the roles that the director of safety takes on. Prior to this person coming on, that was something that we had our attorney doing for us.
I was just wondering if it were, would this, how could we get the state to pay for it?
That is a big topic of conversation at this state with the sort of unfunded mandates that, that come out. And really, there are few pieces of legislation that get written that don't require somebody, often in a central office position, to do something more. And when they're writing dozens of pieces of legislation a year, it's growing pretty significantly. And there are no dollars that come along with that to fund the positions that are needed to file the reports and track the data and do all that stuff that needs to happen. And that's part of why the staffing needed to operate a district doesn't necessarily matter a whole lot based on the size of the district, because gathering the data is gathering the data. And if there are 5 more schools than what you have, it doesn't double the amount of work to do that work to be compliant. And it's still the same number of grants if there's 2 districts that are one as if there is just the 1 district. The dollars and cents are bigger, but the management of it isn't necessarily any more work. So that's where the real efficiency comes. So trimming in a central office is hard because that work gets passed on to somebody. It's either somebody else in central office that's already full, or it gets passed on to somebody in the front offices of schools or administrators. And so trying to make sure that we have what we need to operate and be compliant with laws and regulations matters. It all matters.
I think your analogy of the size of business is pretty spot on, in my opinion. I happen to work for one that's, we don't run this lean. I mean, I know people don't like to hear that, but that is the truth. And I think it's more bang for our buck to have an admin person doing some of the higher level work that we expect maybe you to do or other people to do. But I think this conversation is good because these obviously are the questions that we will be
Sure.
asked, that you're being asked, and we have to justify why we have all of these people. Can I bring it back to my previous concern though? So, you know, many people in the room I know are in early education, intervention. We know prevention saves money. And so I'm newer to this. I would like to know, again, we're not going to budget for these positions. We're going to cut these positions we haven't been able to fill. What do we do in the future if we all of a sudden feel like, you know, things have changed and we will be able to attract people? How do we get some of these positions back? Again, the fellow that came here tonight and spoke was talking about this very thing. Yet here we are an hour or 2 later.
And I do want to just
cutting these
acknowledge
positions.
those aren't all of the positions we have in the district that support.
Sure,
SEL.
I know
We
that.
still have lots of positions that do that work.
Yes.
And I think that part of what you're talking about is a challenge, right? It can be difficult, especially as we forecast for the foreseeable future, to eliminate something now and then add back. Like I'm not feeling like, oh, next year we'll just be able to add everything back.
I
think
know,
next
I'm
year
an
is gonna be
idealist.
super hard too, right? But that,
Sorry.
I
I'm
mean,
hopeful.
ideally, we wouldn't cut these positions and we would work to try and fill them. We'd continue to, you know, do different things to try and attract. We did some new things last year to try and attract employees for this year. We had a little bit of success.
Because you know the guidance counselors are completely overwhelmed and
Right.
they have no room. And so I think earlier, I respect what you're saying in regards to shifting priorities and giving responsibilities to other people. But, you know, as a parent in this district, I know for a fact the guidance counselors cannot take the low-lying fruit issues with, you know, they can't do that right now because the things that they're dealing with are so complex.
The reality is that the ask of reducing $1.8 million is we need to do more with less. And that's not one do more with less, that's dozens or hundreds of doing more with less. And the way that gets distributed is very nuanced, but that becomes the task, which is a daunting task. And it's people who are already working tremendously hard that don't have a lot more capacity that are going to be asked to do more. That's the nature of what we're talking about.
So where have we been able to say this about the central office? We're saying that about teaching boots on the ground. We're not saying that about central office.
We have, I
Where
think
can-
Floyd articulated, we have made reductions in central office. They're
Not between
reflected
last year
here,
and
but
this year, and not between last year and the prior year. Where are those reductions coming from in central office? Where is that
They
represented?
have come out of central office.
Where?
So
Floyd
for
mentioned
example,
accounting.
we had 2.4 accountants. We have one, right? That was when I first came
No,
aboard.
I'm talking about last year to this year to next year.
Correct. And-
We're
and-
talking about cutting teaching positions
I
here.
don't disagree, but to finish my thought, we have one accountant. If we cut that accountant, we don't have anybody. Right? In a teaching position, as hard as this sounds, we might be able to combine some classes and still have a number of kids well cared for. And if we don't have an accountant, using that example, we're not able to report to the state. We're not able to account for these items. We're not able to pay our bills.
I think we're not comparing apples to apples.
That's my
We're not
point,
talking about
exactly.
one person, we're talking about cutting 3.4 interventionists.
Sure.
That's shifting a huge load to staff that's already telling us that they're overburdened with these specific issues. That's a whole lot different than just cutting from 2 to 1 accountant. We're talking about direct service to children here, but we're not talking about doing any kind of reduction in central office in a 3-year span here.
Important to acknowledge that we've never had 3 SEL interventionists in this district. So
They've been in the
that
budget,
wasn't,
they
that
have been in the
wasn't,
budget,
this year they're
correct?
in the budget.
Okay.
This is the first year they've been in the budget and we haven't filled them. So we've never experienced that level of support. So we're not gonna feel that loss because it hasn't been there. We've had some of it, but we have not had 3.4 FTEs.
I want to just say one small point. When we talk about overburdened and how extended our team is. And we have a HR director who's battled some serious health issues. And at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting emails from her. And she leaves the office at 5 o'clock. Right? I want you to just stay with me on that. And we're talking about she's not doing enough.
I don't
I'm not
think-
saying.
I don't think that's what we're saying at all.
Well, but I'm just
That's
saying
not
that
what we're
that
saying,
this
Floyd.
is hard across the board is my point, right? You know, we're saying, where are we cutting here in the central office?
Mhm.
And I'm saying I've got an HR director who's working 60 hours a week some weeks.
And we've got teachers that are doing that as well.
I'm not
And so-
arguing that. That's the
So,
point.
so what we're asking, and I don't want this to get into an emotional, because it is a very emotional and a very sensitive issue to all of us, is we're already proposing RIFs. We've already told teachers who we heard tonight are serving multiple functions to meet a variety of children's needs and their desires and their wants. But we're doing absolutely nothing to make that kind of accommodation through central office reductions. And you know what? We heard it loud and clear last year. Virtually every one of us heard it in our open meetings. Where are the cuts in central office? And there has still been no cuts in central office.
One thing that I'm curious about, it sounds like everybody is overworked and everybody is strapped and everybody is doing more with less year after year after year. I'm curious if it would be possible to look at options for reducing the number of central office staff, and maybe that's not something we go with. Maybe we look at all the different options and none of them make sense, but I'm wondering if we could dig a little deeper to see if there's any possibility that some of these cuts could come from central office next year.
I wonder, hold on 1 second. So Melissa, Brad, and then Barb.
And
So-
Liz has her hand up. also.
Okay, and
Oh,
Liz, I'll
does
get
she?
to you.
So Patrick, with the 6 unfilled positions that are in this year's budget, if we nailed every other dollar, we would be under budget 600,000.
Ish. Yeah.
Okay, yep, if everything else was the same, so couldn't we apply that under budget to next year and therefore save some of the 8.4?
No, because you can't, we wouldn't be using this year's fund balance for next year because it skips a year because it hasn't been audited. So the money we have to apply to next year. So this proposal doesn't use any fund balance. So that's still on the table. We're estimating 800-ish thousand fund balance from last year that can be applied to next year's budget. The problem with that, as we know with one-time funds, is that digs us a bigger hole next year. So that's, and next year doesn't, I have no good reason to believe next year is better than this year.
Right.
So digging that hole deeper is very risky.
It does, but we, as a taxpayer, we're paying, you know, or in our rate is for those positions that we wanted, needed, et cetera, whatever, couldn't get. So I don't know if it necessarily puts us in a hole, but says we didn't get it, so apply it to next year. I mean, I guess it does if you're trying to build the ed reserve, but it's, I guess, not our.
No, it's not the ed reserve. It becomes a revenue that we have one time that then goes away, that the only way we fill that void is a reduction. So it's, if we applied $800,000 to offset taxes next year and save positions, those sorts of things, that's great now. And the 1.8 million we have to cut next year is now 2.6 million we have to cut to realize the same benefit because we just lost $800,000 in revenue. It's the hole we're in right now because the state spent $60 million last year of one-time funds that we now have to dig out of. That's why we can cut a budget and still have taxes go up 6%. That's a big part of it. So it's very, very risky to use one-time funds to buy down the tax rate when you don't have confidence you're gonna have those same amount of funds next year. It may be worth the risk. It's a big risk.
Yep.
It goes back to the comment about buying time. Right? When we talk about that as a group.
And I think if we, as we talked timeline, I think maybe at the last meeting, if we had confidence that either local decisions or state decisions were gonna create relief for us for the FY27 budget, using a big chunk of one-time funds right now to buy time to get to that point could be a really effective strategy. I have very little confidence that local decisions or statewide decisions are gonna be experienced. You know, we're gonna experience that benefit for FY27. It's gonna be at the earliest FY28, and even that's perhaps ambitious. So burning up all of those funds that we have now to just take a bigger hole later feels like a tremendous risk.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to articulate this, but it seems to me, I'm pretty sympathetic to, you know, the notion that we can't cut teachers. I'm also sympathetic to the notion that we can't cut central office staff. I mean, I think the things that you and Floyd have said are meritorious, and I basically agree with it. But I don't think it's really about that. I think it's about keeping our eye on the ball, that we need to pass a budget in March. And it's just the look that isn't right. Because if you have a look that shows that we're reducing, you know, teaching staff by X amount and the central office staff by 0, even if it's totally meritorious, we still got to deal with perceptions and what voters think about that. And yeah, I think, you know, as Kathy said, you know, there's a lot of you know, sort of feedback about that last year. And I don't see any evidence that that's really debated for this year. So, I mean, I would really encourage, I mean, I'm totally sympathetic. I mean, you know, I know you guys, you know, working your heads off, and as are the teachers. But I think if it's possible for the next round on the budget, if there's any way to do a little deeper dive into central office and see whether there's anything that we can do. Because I think that would go a long way in convincing, or at least alleviating some of the fears among the people who are, you know, filling out the ballot, that we're doing the best we can. So.
I also, I hear what you're saying. I know you must be really frustrated because it's coming forward. This is the number that we're looking at, and we're trying to do more with less. And it's it's hard to look at staff reduction and faculty. But I wonder if, this is my big wonder, before doing anything, I keep saying, what else can we do to keep those positions? What, you know, do we want to rethink this? Do we want to grasp at straws? You know, there's a big void. What can we do? But the biggest thing that comes to my mind is, do we need to bring in the community and say, this is what we're looking at before this is set in stone. Is this really what you want us to do? Do you want to pay $200 more in your taxes? Or $400 more in your taxes? Or whatever, these are the figures you're looking at, and this is the cost of it. And I don't think people out there right now understand that. I think there are a few people that do, but I don't think the whole community does. And I would really love to push it back and say, and I know we're in a time crunch and you're doing your best, and I'm not trying to undermine you, but how can we keep our teachers? What are you willing to pay? Like, I just really love to hear from the community on this, to like keep our good people. Liz?
I think that some of our community has voiced some feelings on these issues in a variety of ways over the course of this year. I think we did already this year talk about buying some time. And I think we fairly well agreed that that was an option that we were comfortable with doing, assuming we were going to have hard conversations about future planning. If we don't look at the information like this and have everything said that's been said tonight, then we don't really feel the emotions of it and feel the difficulty. And so I think considering it this way without a one-time money is important. We know the state doesn't have it this year. They used it last year. So I don't think it's going to come from somewhere else. It would come from us in our own budget. I feel and hear the passion for community members needing to ask and know these questions. And then what I'd like to turn back to ourselves and our community is, what does buying time mean? What are we buying time for? If a really great way I heard it put recently was, I mean, it's clear our community struggles with funding facilities work, and that's been for a long time, and it's clear our community is struggling with funding central office positions, and there is district consolidation, which does have a similarly sized administration that would provide these services for a larger number of students and reduce the percentage of per pupil spending required to fund those services. And a really great way that I heard it articulated recently was that it's the supervision level. And how do our teachers and principals each need their own central office for supervision? Do they need that much level, that intimate level? With the size of our districts being as small, is that level of supervision needed, right? Is that necessary to have a central office for a handful of schools, or are they well prepared to take on the tasks with a larger number of schools being in a larger number of schools per central office, right? And so I think there's pieces and parts of this that we have the doing more with less. This is, I hope that this is a temporary situation for us, and that future planning begins to look a little brighter, a little different, opportunities. It's really hard to see opportunities and the silver lining in this current situation. Other than that, so many people are thoroughly engaged in what we want for our students. And that's where I hope that that's what I hope the silver lining is of the situation that we're in at the moment. That it's a really great time to reflect on our priorities and what our students need.
Yeah.
Patrick, I know we brought this up in a previous meeting, but refresh my memory. Are there opportunities to not necessarily combine roles, but perhaps share or commingle with, with a neighboring district central office duties? Is that something that we'd be able to?
We've
look at?
explored that. Usually as a position becomes vacant, we test those waters. And we have done that very recently with a position that we filled. And it often doesn't work out. I think we share more with Addis Northwest than any two other districts in the state I can think of to try and realize those advantages.
Mhm.
So I think we've demonstrated that there's a willingness to do that where it's feasible, and it isn't always feasible.
Are there openings, or are there, in the crystal ball, or, the budget crystal ball, is that something that we could potentially explore as an option for the next iteration, or?
We have explored it. If we have, in the last 6 months, we've had 3 positions that became vacant. And for every one of those positions, we reached out to have a conversation. What do we think? Can we do this? And the answer just was no. We keep working through the presentation. So those were the 8.4 professional staff reductions, and as I mentioned, 1.0 elementary assistant principal. And that would be one of the 2 assistant principals at Bristol. We'd hope to maintain that level of support for 1 more year. Times being what they are, that wasn't feasible. Some of the other reductions, sort of the big buckets, because there are, again, hundreds and hundreds of them. Special education transportation was an area that we saw that we could reduce. Tuition to vocational schools was an area that, looking at anticipated spending and past year spending, we could trim. Tuition to private schools, based on what we anticipate for need next year, was an area that could be reduced. And then the rest of that comes from hundreds of other smaller changes that we can go into, but it's inappropriate at this point in time.
Patrick, the teachers hadn't given us a list of their recommendations. I didn't see them on our agenda tonight either, so are we going to address any of those suggestions?
Our next item is having a conversation with the union.
Yeah.
So we'll
Okay,
be
that
able
is,
to
that's it,
discuss
okay.
that today.
Great.
And we've talked, I think, mostly about the revenue decrease earlier, but really it's we anticipate we'll have fewer students, so fewer students paying tuition from Lincoln, and because of the reduced, in particular, the extraordinary costs in special education, we anticipate a reduction in the special education revenue as well.
Sorry, I may have missed it because I stepped out for a second. Where did we budget? Like, where's the 2 lines, the facilities and building improvements? Are they flat year over year in this current iteration?
I don't think they are flat. I'd have to pull that up to see. It's in the 3 to 5% usually is what we try to, which we know is around, usually actually lower than what cost escalation is, so.
We have a 3.67% increase on that line. recognizing that we reduced it by
Like 600,000
last year.
So look, so this, boy, just to clarify, that's the facilities, the 2,600 line and the 4,700 line, or just the
Just the
4,700?
4,700 line.
Thank you.
So sort of understanding this at another level, this is a slide you've seen before. Nothing's really changed here in terms of enrollment across schools. And you saw this, so this is our current class size averages by school and for the district at the elementary level. And with the reductions that we just talked about, so if we look at average K4 class right now, if we look across the whole district, is 15.3. And the changes would bring it to 16.4. We do the same for 5-6, it's currently 17.6. Changes would bring it to 20.1. And then overall, just looking across the entire district, all grades, K6, currently 15.9, up to 17.2. One of the things that sort of occurred to me, and then we have sort of the class size guidelines that should, this is the MAUSD. I'll say it's MAUSD specific. I think this is very consistent with what a lot of districts have. These are our class size guidelines that we've set to help make these hard conversations and decisions in an objective way. In addition, it sort of occurred to me, so we have our class size guidelines. I've shared in other presentations that we've developed as a leadership team, a set of staffing rules. And in addition to that, we just recently had this PICUS report that spoke to staffing recommendations. So I thought kind of putting all of that side by side could be useful to put all this in context. Stack of these. Over there as well. And I can share this as well. And this will all be in the agenda packet when that goes out. So what you see here is sort of by school, grade served, enrollment, total enrollment, and then enrollment by grade by school. And then given the numbers of students and the various staffing roles and class sizes, et cetera, a possible configuration for the number of students that sort of adhere to the various roles. And then thinking about, so this lighter green is the average class size that's projected. At the elementary schools, it's K4 and 5-6, and then you have a 7-8 and a 9-12. And so looking at that compared to, well, what do the MAUSD class size guidelines say? And I zeroed in on the optimal average range. There's a lot of information on those guidelines, but I thought that was perhaps the most useful for this conversation. And then what do our admin staffing rules say? And then what does this new PICUS report say? And how consistent or inconsistent is the resulting class size given these staffing changes that are proposed? And I think what you'll see is in most cases, the projected average class size is in line with, and in many cases, on the lower end of what has been deemed sort of acceptable by our own class size guidelines and the staffing rules and the PICUS report. So these changes don't put our class sizes out of whack at all. When we were looking at, we'll go back to it. Maybe before I go there, we'll just see if there's any curiosities or questions about this particular page.
Fran?
I mean, this is a bit of a footnote, but one thing that I found was kind of interesting about this document is that if you look at the current enrollment data for the elementary schools at the upper level, at, sixth grade, say, and then you look at the projected K enrollment. By and large, those figures are either greater at the K level than they are at the sixth grade level. Now, it does show the demographic dip that we're currently experiencing. But it's sort of like a helpful piece of data that says, look, school enrollment crisis is something that is changeable.
Yeah.
And so the sky isn't necessarily always falling.
No, I think our elementary school enrollment is stabilizing. I wouldn't say it's growing. I don't know that we're quite at that stage,
No, but
but it's stabilizing for sure.
If you look at them, more than half of them are more projected, more students at the K level than currently at the grade 6 level.
I think the only thing missing for me on this is we didn't really talk, we have 2 teaching positions at the elementary level that were in that reduction.
Yep.
But we had more sort of specials listed for reductions. And I think the only thing that kind of bothers me about this is that we don't talk about what, if we're looking at knocking out special teachers, I would like to know what that looks like in terms of what is the impact to students there. Because you don't go to school for math and reading, you go to school because you know you got gym at the end of the day, or you have music to go to, right? So like, for me, if say Bristol has, how many grades do they have? And I think Bristol does pre-K music too, right? The 3, 6, 9, 12 classes. And then band and chorus and whatever, so say their schedule is jam-packed every single day. And then we're gonna piecemeal specials teachers to go figure that out, or it just feels like that's more complicated than just having a 1.0 special. So I think the only thing missing for me here is the specials impact, because I don't think I understand that impact looking at this and what else we have. But that, I think that would be the only piece that I'm not getting.
I wonder too, like, having been there, done that, would the specials then have a larger load and have less classes, but bigger classes? Because there might be some combos of grade levels to meet the need that everybody get that special, which isn't necessarily best practice.
No, so the way I worked with the specials was, so in the staffing roles that we developed as a leadership team, we sort of came up with, how many classes can a 1.0 FTE special area teach, given that all of our special area classes are the same length and our, student days are the same length across elementary schools. So we had, pretty useful data to work with there. And the staffing reductions that are proposed in this bring the staffing levels down and keep enough staff to teach all of the classes. So we wouldn't have to combine classes to make the special area FTEs sufficient. So the FTEs for music at Bristol would be enough to teach every class at Bristol music without combining classes. And take into account that there's band and chorus in there as well. It's not just the general music classes that happen, that there's.
They just get the natural increase of, if that. Minus that teacher that might not be there, so they're adding to the other classes, they get that increase. Like if last year it was a 15 person first grade and there's 4 first grade teachers and you only have 3, so now you have 17 or 18 each class.
Yep.
That would go to the special.
Right, so if Bristol's average class size was 17 last year and it's 20 in this proposal, that the music teacher in that same example, now instead of having average classes of 17, has average classes of 20. All the classes still get 40 minutes of music every week. Similar, a little different when you get to Mount Abe. Mount Abe it's similar in that it's still kind of sectioning. So in the elementary school, sectioning is you need X number, a teacher can teach X number of sections. And therefore a 1.0 FTE teacher can teach X number of classes. And if you have 10 classes and they can teach 10 classes in a week, you need a 1.0. Similar at Mount Abe, each teacher has X number of sections they can teach that makes them 1.0. And then the number of students you have that are looking to take those courses determines how many sections you need. And then you have this comparison of sections we need to teach them and sections we have available given the staffing levels that we have. And what we're experiencing right now is we have more sections than needed for the number of students that we have, which makes sense when we've been losing students. And so the reductions at Mount Abe increase class sizes and can potentially complicate scheduling. Like some courses that are maybe offered every semester now will be offered every other semester, which can have implications in scheduling, can create choices. But programmatically, with the exception of middle level language, we believe all of the courses that are offered now will be able to be offered going forward with these reductions. Again, maybe not every semester, every other semester.
Can you give
but
us
not
an
going away.
example of what you've already projected as every other semester? What might some of those things be? Sort of going back to Aaron's question.
Yeah,
or
that level of
comment.
detailed planning hasn't happened yet. And some of that's driven by the number of students that have an interest in that
So those are
course.
scenarios, not necessarily how it's going to be operationalized.
Right, it'll be operationalized based on the specific student need and interest in the various courses.
I don't want to be difficult, but if they're not available, they can't express an interest necessarily that's realistic. So like I noticed that the language was one of them. I didn't know, would that be an example maybe of something?
Language is a different one. So this would phase out middle level language. That's the only thing that's currently offered that potentially wouldn't be offered with these reductions. All the other courses would still be offered.
What languages are we currently offering at mid-level?
I don't know if it's French and Spanish.
It alternates French
Right.
and Spanish.
Yeah.
That's back and forth.
So
we
we're already
would-
doing that then, alternating
No.
already?
Alternating languages, I
Okay.
think, if I remember.
So that's
correctly.
all, that
Is that
scenario is.
wrong? Is that-
We're getting
Hi.
some.
Let's get some input here.
No, they can teach French and Spanish, but it impacts their availability to take band and chorus.
Okay.
So my son is doing band for 2 years, has not been in foreign language, which is the one, but he loves band.
Right, okay. Thanks.
So we're already doing that, the scenario of every other then.
Yeah, we already have some courses that are every other. This may increase the number of courses that would be every other.
Patrick, what is your ratio between admin staff and, professional staff? Like the company I worked for previously, like we had a 1-to-3 ratio, right? Like one person in the office, 3 people in the field. Do you now, I wonder if that would help kind of justify, the list that we're looking at, the admin team versus the professional.
Mhm. Here's the PICUS report did have a ratio in the scenario that they were talking about in an elementary school of whatever size it was, 350 or 400 or something like that. There'd be a 1.0 admin, 1.0 building principal. Which has me wondering about what other structures are under there. So I'm thinking about HHB investigations and Title IX investigations. So what? Thinking about one building principal for 400 students, how do you get that done with that? So, and maybe in that structure, there are other folks underneath the principal doing a lot of that. A lot of questions there, but other than that, there's not a lot of really clear ratios that speak to that. The education quality standards kind of does, but it sets minimums. So it's only sort of helpful.
Just because each school is, it's different, or
Yeah.
what's in there and what you guys offer. Not you specifically, but.
Yeah.
Different schools, okay?
Yep.
That's fair.
It is, yeah. Okay, let me see where I'm on here. All right, so this was, we just looked at the average class, so there's a school enrollment, average class size currently, average class size at the elementary level with the proposed changes and the class size guidelines. And then likewise, this is the current average class size, middle school, high school, sort of by department area at Mount Abe. And the reductions would produce, so if we look at the overall middle school, currently 16.4, these changes would change that to 17.9. And then at the high school, currently 14.8. These changes would increase that to 17. And then overall, what is currently 15.4 would increase to 17.9. Which again, when you look at the class size, various class size sort of recommendations or rules or what have you, these are well within all of those. In fact, 17.9 is below the lowest of the average, of the optimal average class size. When we actually set a minimum, so if you look at those class size guidelines, it says the minimum we would have for class size at 7 or 912 is 18. And we're below that on average. So minimum average 18, which we're under. And again, the challenge there is if we could hit that minimum average, but trying to balance program offering and class size, knowing that class size has a direct correlation to cost. But we also want to offer our students a breadth of programming. And that's the push-pull that we experience. And again, I think each individual teacher has a tremendous impact on students. Programmatically, nearly all the courses that we currently offer would continue to be offered. Any more reductions past this, and we risk that not being true anymore, which is part of my hesitation with using a lot of one-time funds right now that only makes next year's more painful. And so we talked about most of these. It does begin to phase out middle level language. So folks that are the middle schoolers that are in a language now, as say 7th graders, will be able to continue that language in 8th grade. So we'll sort of finish that out, but wouldn't start a new language for next year's 7th graders. That's the phasing out that is being talked about here. We talked about the courses other than that, courses continuing to be offered, but perhaps less frequently. And it could create scheduling challenges, which might add more choice, sort of like Sarah described that, it's band or language. Those choices become more and more prevalent when schedules get tighter and tighter, given the rotations of offerings and things like that. That's the last slide.
Do you have any more thoughts on this before we hear and have a conversation with?
So hopefully in December.
Yeah.
We should hear from the state.
Yeah.
With a more refined update.
Yeah,
That
so the
would be the next
December,
step.
the December presentation could be pretty significantly different depending on what we get from the state.
Yeah.
Either way, like I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
necessarily gonna be
Yeah.
rosier, but we'll at least have something that we can feel more confident about than what are currently projections.
Yeah.
And we still won't have everything in the December presentation either. There will be changes between December and January when you have to finalize a budget. And frankly, there will be changes after you finalize the budget.
Just a couple kind of clarifying the comments or questions, I guess, Patrick, because I appreciate the detail and sort of letting us see this particular scenario and the discussion surrounding it. And I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, there's gonna be really painful cuts that are felt throughout the district. It seems like no matter what, like if we're gonna achieve this target, right? I mean, obviously we can spend more and not have any of this pain, but then we have the pain in every individual taxpayer. So I'm just trying to think about like broad questions so that we can kind of understand, in addition to kind of your presentation, like what options exist. And so one was just an observation about central office, but I know that this is coming up again and again. I don't want to rehash the conversation per se, but I did want to point out just numbers wise, it looks like you're proposing, I think in your current iteration, about $1.6 million reduction in staffing costs.
I think that's right, yeah.
1.6 million. At least in terms of last year's budget, the entirety of those 14 central office positions look like they come up to about 1.8 million. So while I understand there's an appetite to look to the central office, perhaps broadly in the community, for some of these cost savings, I want to point out that like to achieve the cost savings that are in the current budget, that's essentially equivalent to getting rid of all of those positions. Save maybe one. So I want that context to be present. I'm not arguing that it's not a worthwhile conversation to have, but I hope that we as a community don't feel like that's going to be the source of all of our solving all of our problems this year, because the numbers to me, they just don't add up. Not to say it can't be a component. Again, I'm not trying to squash any of that debate, but I do want that perspective to be in place. The other one was a generic question, and I'm a little reticent to ask it, especially because we face so many challenges, both in the district, but just as a community, right? With growing inflation, I was wondering, just to put into context that $1.6 million of cost savings, whatever it is, this maybe is to Floyd. Do you have a sense year over year what kind of typical increase in salary is across the district? Right, so if everyone's getting a little bit of a raise here and there, which again, I'm not arguing is a bad thing by any means. Do we know like what a 3% or a 5% across the district, central office, professional staff, right, licensed staff, support staff, like what does that equate to? Because it wouldn't surprise me, given that we're spending 26 or $27 million, I think, staffing wise, that if you start taking percentages of that, you get in that same ballpark, right? And so there's pain somewhere, right? And this pain is exacerbated because everyone deserves to be here and everybody deserves a reasonable increase in their wage so they can continue to get by. But like these are where the numbers are coming from, and it feels like we have to cut somewhere eventually. So I think it might be useful to have a sense of what that growth looks like relative to what cutting looks like, just so that we have the broad conversation informed about what those drivers of cost increase actually are. And again, offer people have no bias towards what the right solution is. I certainly don't feel like I have the sense there.
I'm assuming Floyd's looking at some numbers, so we'll maybe give him.
And maybe that doesn't come tonight, but I think those exercises, whether it's just comparing total budget of the central office to total costs, right? Or total increase here towards the total cost, I think might help put in perspective both the challenge that we as a community face and the severe limitations that we have in that no solution is really an acceptable solution. Right? Like,
To clarify your question and my homework, there's salary and there's benefits. Right? You know, when we've got a 12% increase in medical insurance across the board.
Yeah, we see that's like $500,000 right there, right?
Right.
Give or take, right? So $500,000 of the 1.8 you could attribute to healthcare right there. So yeah, I think total compensation would be a nice metric, again, some of which we don't even have control over, but it highlights how hard it is to try to set an ambitious target of basically decreasing education spending overall or maintaining so that we can minimize tax increases in the face of all these things. And maybe this is an exercise that is sort of fruitless because it doesn't present an immediate solution. But I hope it's actually useful in the sense that it might contextualize the scope of the budgetary challenges that we face. To put into context why we're never going to come to a solution, I'm thinking, that's acceptable to everybody and really maybe acceptable to anybody. And yet, I don't know how you get to a solution that addresses the sort of tax complications without like this kind of pain. Yeah, please.
To piggyback off of that, I think that was really well said, Mike. I think it's been stated several times tonight that cutting $1.8 million is gonna be painful, and the people that are gonna feel this pain are our community members. So I think however we get to that number, we have to be really thoughtful and intentional and explicit with how we communicate this to our community to make sure that they understand every step of the way why we're recommending what we're recommending.
And I'd like to pause on that too, because while this was our first iteration,
Right.
we're not done.
Yes.
Right? So
Yeah.
like, we want to hear what we have tonight. I want to hear from the community engagement committee that had a hopefully robust conversation with our community. If our community comes back and says, we can swallow a 20% increase, we're going back to the drawing board. So I want to be very clear with that. Like, this isn't it for everybody listening, reading the minutes subsequently from tonight. We're not done.
And to that end, I think I want to clarify for the board, the intention behind the conversations with folks that could be impacted by what was shared tonight. What has always been important to me is that no one finds out because they saw it at a board meeting that their job might be at risk next year. So as I had to find an option for cutting $1.8 million off of the ed spending, and being a small district, it becomes pretty clear who's impacted pretty quickly. And I wanted to make sure that there was a personal conversation with every individual that was effectively identified tonight before this presentation came out. So those were the conversations that were happening. It's not, this is definitely happening, your position's getting ripped. This is what's going to be shared at the board meeting, and you should hear it from here first before you see it there. Those were that's the spirit of the conversations that we had.
I just have one more comment, and I haven't been around a lot, and I've said that 3 times tonight. I think it's a really good exercise that everybody is talking about doing, especially looking even at central office. And if you cut one this year, they're gonna want one next year, and it just continues to go. And that is the danger, I think, that I've seen in my professional life more, is you sort of go through the process and you sort of have a sacrificial position, but there's another one people ask for the next year. So I think the conversation is good because it can be justified as to why. So the difficult questions are asked sooner than later, and then we can stand by and support the positions that are needed to get the work done. So that, I guess it was just more of a comment than it was anything else, but it might save us this year, but then who are we cutting next year from central office, and then the next year and the next year? And then the work
By
is.
1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
And again, to further contextualize, I have been a proponent of cutting entire central offices. Like, I recognize the overhead, I recognize the interest in cutting that overhead cost to preserve programming for students. I'm a proponent of doing that. And I recognize you can cut so far that you've actually done more damage to programming for students, because if we are out of compliance and we lose funds because of it, we're gonna feel that too.
Everyone had their say. Knowing this is just phase, like, look 1, right? Look 3, but really. Look 1 is back on. But really look 1 with the impact, right? Like, what does it mean? What are we actually saying? Okay.
And so I think, just to sort of summarize so that I have clarity, there's lots of thoughts and reactions, which is helpful. And I have no sense of direction from the board on where to go from here.
So I took some notes just in summarizing what I've heard, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But we were looking for maybe a deeper dive into what central office reductions could look like, where you could cut, and what a ratio of admin to staff would be. And then looking at year-over-year increases or expenses for total compensation to sort of demonstrate areas where growth happens. Are those the 2 big areas? Those are the 2 big areas I heard. Yeah.
Let me just check and make sure that that's.
You made a comment
You've
about
got
the
that.
impact on specials.
I did make a comment about the impact on specials. I didn't really hear anyone else chime in about that though, so I didn't include it as a big bucket, but I am interested in the impact outside of just operation. Right, because it's, to me, with the SEL lens, it's not just about operationally, can we manage that and can we fill the class, like, do the classroom, but how the kids feel when they go there and they do those things, so, the body is sometimes the most important thing in that classroom. So that's where my heart is, but I didn't hear anyone else chime in, so I didn't include that as a. Barb agrees.
No, you just said it so well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it does matter, right? I think it is important because it's the student outcome piece. So all of everything else, so the numbers and the dollars and the cents is super important in the class size, but the student outcome piece, which ties into what you were saying. Here.
And I think sometimes the specials, the arts do play their role in SEL.
Yeah, for sure.
So sure.
And just to clarify, students won't get less of the arts.
Right, I don't think that's what I'm arguing, I think I can wrap my brain around that, but I'm more interested in the impact of how that it would impact a student. I don't think I understand the actual impact to specials beyond knowing we could fill the room with a body to teach it. I don't think I understand how many sections of music are the people at Moncton or Starksboro or not Lincoln, New Haven teaching? How many sections are at, Mount Ape? How many sections are at Bristol? What do their schedules look like? What would the actual impact be? And I don't think I understand that. And then beyond that, how kids would react to that, or what the sense is of what the sort of emotional impact is of changing the body who's in the room. So I don't think I understand that piece. If we're really looking at reducing that area, which, it's still all up in the air. I don't understand that section, I guess. Yet.
Can I interject, sorry, because Patrick looked over at me, I think, for a little backup.
Yep.
When you were summarizing, Aaron.
Yes.
So I have, you summarized the concerns from tonight in direction to Patrick, a deeper dive into what central office cuts might look like.
Mhm.
A review of year-to-year salary and benefit increases to see where the costs come from. And then I just added the last one, so correct me if this is not right. What is the impact to students with the change in the schedule of specialist teachers? Do you have a different way of phrasing, or do you not want that in?
I do want that in there.
So when I hear that and I hear what you just described, Aaron, those feel like two different things to me.
agree.
And what you described is 6 months from now, levels of detailed planning, like so what you're talking about requires a master schedule for next year to be developed. Courses like that's how I was hearing what you were saying. I don't know how to get
think
that to
I'm-
you before January.
I think I'm looking at what is it today? What do their schedules look like today? If you were to just take music and art and.
The educator schedules.
Yes,
Mhm.
and you say, this is what this educator for specials does at this. So we can visualize what that is. So I think actually seeing what they do each day. So I can sort of understand, because we have all that data for what a teacher does, right? We can go right down to what classes they have and how many kids are in that room and how much turnover they have in their day and where their gaps are, but I don't think I've ever seen that for a specialist teacher. But I think that's what I'm asking for, is the scheduling, so we can start to understand that impact.
Elementary specifically, because I think you do have that with the high school.
I guess
The last budget
elementary.
presentation had
It
like
said
every
we're-
course and.
It did start when we were looking at this, is
Yeah.
what triggered that.
The class size.
So I guess it's elementary. Yeah, so elementary special teacher schedules. I think is what I mean.
Not students, elementary.
But
Back to elementary specials teachers. With the proposed. reduction.
I think that would be a good place to start, at least, to give us just a perspective. I have no sense of what it looks like you said.
Can I add a clarifying thing to the minutes for the central office was like, I think when you read it back, it said what cuts could look like. We're also looking for that ratio.
Yeah.
of
Administrative.
administrative to staff, please.
a deeper dive into what central office cuts might look like.
And the ratio of admin to staff.
The ratio of central office staff to keep the phrasing consistent.
Sure. Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure what that question, so I was thinking something different, but
Were you
that,
thinking
Staff
about
to
adding
students.
principals?
I was trying to-
Staff to students.
right, I was assuming the conversation there was how many, staff, like, school employees per FTE building principal was where my mind was going, but that sounded a little different there. I'm not sure what ratio you're,
I was thinking of, what is it? This. Yeah, school admin to professional staff.
Okay, so principal.
so
No,
principals to
no,
teachers ratio, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
But if we're looking and comparing to like what, because there was reference to like the PICUS report, and in the PICUS report, it talks about central office staff to number of students. I think that that's an important, like, right, to have, to be comparative to what's out there. I think we need that as well.
So principals to staff and then central office admin to staff.
Mhm.
Okay, so two separate ratios.
Is there a way to get data of, how the addition of the extra principals at Bristol impacted, like maybe with the behaviors? Like, is there a way to see the correlation of how that
yeah,
that was proactive and.
perhaps.
showing growth?
What's really hard in education, it's hard for us to control for variables. So to be able to draw a direct line between that did this, when there are 40 different things that happened, as a variable, becomes really hard, but we can look at data and perhaps make some correlations, but it would be at best corollary information and not cause effect.
I know it's a lot of work, so I don't know. But it might be interesting to.
I mean, I guess that would be interesting. Like, that would be interesting if we're considering adding that position back in, which wasn't part of the conversation tonight. Or is it more in line with the efficacy of building principles level support related to Justin's? I'm just curious, like, there's gonna be enough work that if it's just interesting, but it's not gonna influence any decision, maybe
No.
it's not the best use of time,
I
but.
think where I was going with it is if there is even a chance of keeping some positions because of things changing. That would be really great information for the community. I think that would be, if I were a community member that had a student in that school and I could see that such proactive initiatives were being taken, it would make me feel better about behaviors in the school and the learning, how the behaviors impact learning. So,
Well, some of that data was already shared of Bristol specifically. Did we put that is that in the superintendent report?
Might have
Where
been.
the decrease in behavior was happening in Bristol and what initiatives they have. So some of that's already
that's a good
correlative,
point. Yeah,
right? So some of that's already been shared, but Liz, I saw your hand up. No, you're good? Okay, so I wonder if you're okay with.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we have those 3 bullet points summarized for you. Is that clear?
I guess I'd love to have them read
Okay.
by a note taker, because that's what I want to go back to.
Okay.
All right, here's what I have. And you keep tweaking it, so keep that in mind. Take a deeper, ask for more information from Patrick, take a deeper dive into what central office cuts might look like. Provide the ratio of principal to building staff. Provide the ratio of central office staff to all other district staff. Provide information regarding the year-to-year salary and benefit increases to see where the costs come from. And what is the impact to elementary specials teachers with the proposed staff reduction?
So if that sounds good, then that's what I'm gonna run with.
Okay. Now? Okay. We're gonna move down then to board management and governance, and this starts with the discussion with the union leaders, the MAUSD. So if you wanna bring your chairs up closer, you can. Sit closer. Whatever you want.
Give me a word, how many of us do you have space for?
As many as you have.
Pull right up.
Just pull right up here, Sarah. Right up here. Just pull your chair right up here and complete our little circle.
The middle school, awesome middle school math teacher. We're executing.
Right there, thank you.
I guess, no, I do have a presentation, like a slideshow. Should I email it to you?
Yeah, if you share it
Patrick?
with me,
We're
then I
trying to
can
think
pull it
what
up
makes
here.
sense.
Yep.
Give me just a second.
Actually, share it to Zoom at MAUSD.
Okay.
This is a, yeah, so this is a conversation I put in my chair notes and sort of basics, right? We're trying to steer away from getting into an evaluative stance, just having high level conversations about things, and we're not trying to be open about really specific positions, so like diving really into like the efficacy or whatever of the specific position. Because people who haven't had time to be in this meeting or have a conversation with a principal or their administrative staff probably shouldn't be learning about all that through this, so those two rules as stated in chair notes, just.
One thing I wanted to say to that point also, so it's definitely, I'm Sarah Mangini, and I've met almost everybody here. I know we've got a few newer members. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Bristol. And one of our co-presidents of our teacher union. Probably quit because it's getting late. To the point about not speaking anything of value, being evaluative in any way. I'll say that it's not our intention to any more, other than talking about positions in a neutral, non-evaluative way, nothing personal. Does that make sense? So just as you see proposed reductions of educators, any additional suggestions we make is not in any way evaluative of that kind of position. If that makes sense. So, let's get organized. Okay. Only water, those I'm losing my voice. So we teachers definitely follow, articles in VT Digger, state news, developments about school funding. I won't pretend to understand school finance in Vermont very well. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but it's so complex. I know that it took our district 3 tries last year to get a budget passed, as it did for many districts around the state. So I come up with a budget that was acceptable to a majority of voters. So it's clear that we're in an era of increasing costs, tight budgets. And I tuned into the last finance and facilities meeting, so I know I think it was at that meeting that you charged Patrick with making about $1.8 million in cuts to the budget. You can go, are you advancing slides, Patrick? How's that work? Thank you. So having said that, knowing what a tight. Oh, wait a minute, give me 1 second. You're double-sided there. Thank you. That doesn't match what I'm saying. Knowing what, I see highlighting on my paper, and I'm panicking, did I give him a draft? No, thank you, long day. Knowing how difficult all these budget decisions are, we Mount Abraham educators believe that the greatest priority must be placed on direct student instruction support for students who need extra support. That's our personal goal, our high priority. We would advocate for maintaining student-facing positions to the greatest extent possible. We know there are many things that our district does really, really well that we're proud of, but maybe aren't as beneficial. No, I misspoke. They are very beneficial. They're not as essential. They're not as critically important to educating and supporting kids. And we also would ask that reductions be made across the board, in all areas, including at the central office level, possibly in terms of planned improvements to facilities. I can speak to that later. I did listen with a lot of interest to the Truex Collins report. I kind of found that stuff interesting, strangely, and looking at, extracurricular programs such as ELP. You can advance it, Patrick. Thank you.
I do want to talk about some of the effects, and I'm, glad we have a middle school teacher here. An elementary librarian with us, and a lot of folks on Zoom too, who may have given up after 8:30, but, you should know that what is being proposed will have an effect, will have an adverse effect on the range and frequency of offerings that we can offer. I've spoken with folks about high school social studies. Apparently graduation requirements are, I think there are 3.5 courses required to graduate in high school. And it will be difficult to schedule, apparently difficult to schedule enough opportunities. It'll make it hard to get the required 3.5 credits in social studies that they need in order to graduate. But because it looks like the department will only be able to offer 3 electives per semester. And some on alternate years with three social studies teachers in the high school. That's just one concrete example of the effect it might have. There are a lot of acronyms that I don't know. I do know AP, and I'm gonna guess that ILO is independent learning opportunities. Guided learning opportunities, I did hear often benefit students with an IEP who might need to, and please jump in if I'm botching this, but students who need opportunities in the humanities, English, social studies, in a guided way that standard, that a conventional social studies curriculum might not meet. Can you add anything more about GLOs? Because I don't know anything about them.
My understanding of our ILO and GLO offerings at the high school level is just the level of independence that the student is required to complete that learning opportunity. So for an independent learning opportunity, the student would select the content and the transferable skills targets that they would meet to show proficiency in the course that they're essentially creating for themselves. They would outline, which community members or programs or teachers they're accessing to complete those requirements, what sort of evidence they would need to fulfill those requirements. And a GLO is an opportunity for kind of a step in that direction. So there's more guidance from an adult around helping them set that up. And maybe, something already exists and it's a program that's already been done and they're just opting into doing that program. But for the independent learning opportunity, they're really designing the whole thing. And I think that I'm not speaking on any of that, but that's my understanding.
You understand that far better than I do, so thank you. Now, you heard earlier, you already heard in the last financial presentation about how it will likely eliminate foreign language, and I guess possibly also STEM offerings at the middle school level. And in recent years, we've already lost about half of our middle school staff. It's resulted in the loss of the middle school team structure, unfortunately. They're just, the numbers aren't there to support the team structure. So like the experience of my oldest child versus the experience of my youngest, and my youngest child is having a great time in middle school, but he's getting the traditional junior high format. He is not getting a true middle school team structure that my oldest child had. So, good or bad, it's a big change. And I'm just pointing that out to say we've already seen big cuts to middle school. All right, now let me go ahead and advance it. Thank you, Patrick. Also at the high school level, it sounds like high school science and English, they too will need to reduce the number of electives offered with less frequency. And I think you had heard that earlier tonight also, so that's probably not a surprise. Now, there's not currently a math position on the list of RIFs, so I put in a bullet about high school math. And the reason I included that is to show what kinds of effects these reductions have. Through attrition and elimination of an interventionist position, I believe. They're down this year they went from a department of 6 to a department of 4. And the effect that's had is they have one habits of work learning commons section this semester compared to, I believe, at least 2 in the past. that is a place for supporting students who need extra help in math. So it is harder to schedule extra support for students who need it. I see it now with one of my children, but it's not getting the same level of math support that that person used to get. So I put that in there, even though there's no proposed high school math cut, to say, these are the kinds of things that can happen when you cut staff. It looks like at the moment there are 2 unfilled special educator positions. They weren't listed among RIFs, they're just currently unfilled. I know we've had a heck of a time hiring. They've got actually, I'm gonna skip that, it's late. Let's advance the slide. Thanks. Now at the elementary level, it was interesting to see the green sheet that had the proposed grade configurations. I have heard all about the proposal for Robinson already, and it does reflect a big change. Although it occurred to me that Beaman is already dealing with that exact same situation, some of our smaller schools. At Moncton Central, I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about the setup, the configuration. At Moncton Central, they too have multi-age classrooms, but they have 2 3-4 classrooms and 2 5-6 classrooms. So they can departmentalize by subject area. They can have one of the teachers teach all 3rd grade math while the other teaches all 4th grade math. And same thing with language arts as well. Language arts is hard to run as a true multi-age 3-4. You can do it, it just means the range of skill level goes from being this broad to being that broad, but it can be done. Teaching math multi-age is really, really challenging. I got ahead of myself. What's being proposed for Robinson will result in them going to just one single 3-4 classroom and one 5-6 classroom. And while that has been the case at Beaman, I think that's a change for Robinson. And one of their multi-age teachers experienced last year what it was like to try to teach 3rd and 4th grade math in the same 75 or 90-minute block. I actually got to go observe it. It was a great internal PD thing we got to do. But it meant that each grade level got 30 minutes of direct instruction instead of a longer time block. So it really does have effects on the quality and quantity of instruction through no fault of the teacher, of course, but I quote something she told me. She said, "I've taught elementary math for years, and I know that it cannot be effectively taught in a multi-age format. It doesn't work, it's not equitable for kids who are in like a straight grade math class for the whole time." But again, it was eye-opening when I realized, oh yeah, that's kind of going on at Beaman as well. The cut of the 0.4 social SEL interventionist, I know that came up earlier as well. I think it sounds like that might affect one of the smaller schools, I think possibly Robinson. And I'm told that they're currently, when crises come up, as things do now and then in all settings, they currently don't always have enough people on hand to intervene in tricky student situations, so that it's maybe pulling in an administrator who really was supposed to be doing such and such meeting, but had to drop everything to help with a challenging situation involving a student. And that's with their current staffing level of 1.4 SEL interventionists. No, that's with our current staffing level, sorry, at 1.4. So to drop it even more, seems like maybe not a direction we want to go into. Though I don't have an easy fix for the hiring problem. So, go ahead and advance, Patrick. Slide. Oh, that's the one I was just speaking to, sorry, so, okay. All right, go ahead and advance again, thanks, Patrick. So we do want to look at other avenues. As I said at the start, it would not solve every problem, but would probably be more palatable to voters and a lot of people if we saw that cuts were being, if everyone was tightening their belt, and we don't yet see that in every area. So I've got some slides coming up on some things that we're wondering about central office and services that they provide. Things that we teachers are wondering about school administration. I got floods of emails all weekend and have tried to put it all together into something coherent. Thoughts on facilities, construction, building improvements, questions about ELP and its funding, and then any other opportunities we can find for savings, so. And again, any suggestions we make, there's no negative intent, like we value a lot of these services, and I can't say enough positive about Bobby Jo Connor, our HR person, that woman keeps us running, so. Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't have named names. Go ahead and advance the next slide. So, you hear a lot about the Levinson report, the new solutions K-12 report, which I thought predated the pandemic, but it looks like it actually was finalized in 2021. So we can't just dismiss it as a pre-pandemic situation. Some of the findings in that report, they talk about the central office cost being high compared to high-performing districts who make do with supports in other ways. So some specific thoughts that come to mind. Does our district, the size that we are, do we need an assistant superintendent and a curriculum coordinator? Could these responsibilities be covered by one position? Although I'm confused because I saw a handout tonight that said that they were one position, and I think that's a change since last year. I think there may have been a renaming of roles possibly. But anyway. Addison Northwest, for comparison, they have a director of learning who does curriculum and work, but they don't happen to have an assistant superintendent. So it's 2 people versus 3. Addison Central, they do have an assistant superintendent, and that person serves also as the director of teaching and learning. I learned tonight, and I can't back this up 100%, but I've heard that CVU with a much larger district size, obviously more kids, might have a similar staffing level at the central office, like one superintendent, one assistant superintendent, finance, facilities person. So it's just something to think about. There are different size districts and one's comparable in size to us who handle it in different ways. The bottom bullet isn't a surprise. I heard it come up tonight also. Hold on a second. We do share food services really successfully with Addison Northwest. Could some of our payroll functions serve that many employees versus, and I don't mean to single out that one position, by the way. Are there district-wide functions that could be undertaken jointly? And I heard someone say earlier, no, it can't. But I'd like to explore why. Even without a formal merger, nothing I'm asking for an answer right now, but why couldn't we explore that? Let's see. There are 4 administrative assistants, and that is up 1 from previous years. I think the assistant to facilities and grounds was an addition last year.
Are you gonna do slides here or still here?
Still here. Thank you. Thank you. No, thanks for asking. I will double check that though. Oh, that is a new slide. You're right. Glad you're awake. So, I wonder if some of the tasks could be shared among 3 instead of 4 administrative assistants. And I don't mean to pick on that particular position. It's an example of doing more with less, just as teachers and others who work in our buildings are definitely doing more with less. It might be time to ask others in the district to do that as well. And tonight and earlier, I see we have a new SEL and equity coordinator. It is probably important to have an equity coordinator. That's an important position. I don't dispute that. But again, maybe that unfilled position might have been folded back into the budget. Stirring other positions through attrition, just, things to think about. You can advance it. The K-12 New Solutions report, I just plain ran out of steam, but they've got a lot of suggestions about middle level management and what might be needed. It sounds like we would need to be a district the size of 5,000 students instead of our, I don't know what we are, I'm probably guessing it's in the single thousand. Single thousand. We could be a district of 5,000 students before we really need the level of mid-level management that we see. So, and the Levinson report did talk about that. I personally think highly of our Bristol Elementary principals, on a personal level. So I would be sad to see any positions cut, but I'm not gonna speak to that one. Instead, some folks, and again, this is not the broad opinion of everybody you ask. I bet if you ask 10 teachers, you'll get 10 opinions, so. But someone did float the idea of, gosh, maybe is it time to consider that 2 of our smaller schools share one building principal? Or I know, I think Lincoln has a teaching principal, if I'm not mistaken. I think they do now, but anyway, just things to think about. In advance. So we've seen some tremendous improvements to our, facilities in the last few years. I know we've taken advantage of COVID money, relief money, ESSER funds and ARP ESSER funds. A lot of entryway improvements to many of our buildings. A lot of grounds improvements. It looks like, from what I can tell, I think just about every elementary school now has a brand new pavilion and these polywood tables and Adirondack style chairs. So we were able to use relief money to really spruce things up. I know the Truex Collins report outlines the priority 1, 2, and 3, or phase 1, 2, and 3, started with a P. And I also know, I know that deferred maintenance gets you into trouble down the line. However, if there's a possibility that the state will come down within the next 5 years and say, and mandate from above, you will merge into 12 or 15 districts across the state instead of however many we have now. And any schools of such and such size need to consider folding. In case that is mandated within the next few years, does it make sense to sink a lot of money into every last building at this point? It's just something to think about. Any priority 1 item that was identified that definitely impacts safety, no questions asked. If there's a question about safety of students and any occupants in the building, then that's a no-brainer. But if it would be nice, if it would bring it perfectly to code. Maybe should we wait and see until we know what's down the pipe for facilities? Okay, go ahead. Move on, Patrick. Now I want to talk about suggestions on this slide around the expanded learning program. Because this, I fear, might feel very personal for a lot of people, and even people in this room. And so again, this is not evaluative. If I were to evaluate ELP, I would say it offers such wonderful offerings. It enriches, we have so much more enrichment after school, thanks to ELP. 2 of my 3 kids have done their middle school musicals. These, I don't need them for aftercare anymore, but I bet I would be if it were 10 years ago. So we're not in any way, shape, or form saying, boy, ELP's got to go, or that's of course not what we're suggesting, but we do have questions about how it's funded. We wonder what proportion comes from our district's budget that's directly taxpayer funded, as opposed to grants that indirectly are taxpayer funded. And of the remaining portion that is quote unquote a grant, I'm wondering how we're defining a grant. There's the 21st century grant that's the state hands out. There are also federal Title I, II, and IV funds. I've done a little bit of research, but I will not pretend to be an expert on that. I know that Title I is more around, I believe, intervention. And Title IV, if I read correctly, maybe could be expanded offerings after school, so don't quote me on any of that. We just want to make sure that what in the past had been Title I funds for student supports, traditional intervention, is not being diverted. And it likely isn't being diverted, but we can't tell from looking over the finance, looking over the documents. I can see on the budget, I can see the readiness grant funds, I can see 21C. But different positions, salaries and benefits are parsed out among different parts of the budget, and so we can't tell with any clarity where are some of these ELP administrative positions funded. Let's see. If it can be minimized, I put that, I highlighted into that at the bottom, you can see it already. We recommend minimizing or eliminating, if possible, ELP's reliance on the district budget. It's important, but not like critically essential. It is essential to provide after hours care for students. And enrichment is fantastic and I do love it, but it's not as critically essential as providing math support during the school day, for instance. Although I bet others would tell you it is. Now I think I've heard along the line, somewhere along the line that 21st century grants, or maybe it's different grants, require that eventually district budget money is allocated toward ELP. If that's true, if it is a requirement of the grant, then I guess what we would say is we would just ask that ELP also makes efforts to contain costs, demonstrate that there are cost containment measures there as well. All right, go ahead and advance. Now on the slide, other opportunities for savings, I recognize that these are probably small potatoes compared to the 1.8 million. I know there's work going on, the Up for Learning portion of a learner work. I wasn't sure if this was a 1-year deal or if we need to plan in the budget for next year. I'm not sure how long-term that is, but it's just something to think about. Unless there's an easy answer. Is this a 1-year project or a more than 1-year project?
It may eke into next year, but none of that comes out of the general fund.
Got it, thank you. We've been benefiting from professional development with All Learners Network. I think you've had some presentations on that. It's math resources online and in person, experts coming to work with us. It's great quality stuff. It's high quality stuff. I use it. I know of a lot of colleagues. I can think of a first grade teacher who really leans on it deeply to support, not leans on it, uses it to support her instruction. So it's excellent stuff. When push comes to shove, when we have to do more with less, that was just something that came to mind. But again, I don't know how much of a dent it'll put in the big picture. Someone proposed thinking about bus routes. Someone at one of our smaller schools noticed that at the end of the day, a lot of the buses that maybe were more full in the morning were leaving pretty close to empty because kids are staying after for soccer or ELP. So this is probably a harder one to tackle, but it might be worth looking into. Could we consolidate some bus routes and realize some savings there? So now I know we've been here before. We were here last February or March or April, and you probably heard from some of the same people. Teachers and community members I know came to public comment in those hard meetings in March and April when it took a few tries to pass the budget. At that time, I think it was considered too late in the school year and too late in the budget process to make some of these structural changes that we're suggesting. It's just November. I know it's already November, but it's also just November, which is several months earlier than where we were last year. So maybe I wonder if we have an opportunity to put some of these ideas into place. And I know this is just, I heard someone say this is the first pass on the budget. And our final slide is parting thoughts on the final slide. We urge you to put the needs of students first, direct needs of students, to the extent possible. and show that we're tightening the belt in all areas. We're making comparable cuts in other areas as well. And that's what I've got. Did I not touch on anything that you two think I should say? Thumbs up or no? I tried to contain costs by printing in black and white. And then I noticed you could barely read the font, so I splurged and copied this in color ink. I apologize. Shouldn't have done that grayish font.
It's meant to be an open conversation, so. if
Sure,
people
yeah,
have-
here,
yeah.
you can take one, pass it around. And I do have extras if there aren't enough. Which are in black and white.
So Sarah, when you spoke about not being able to teach a multi-age math class, you know, in any given straight third grade, you're teaching first to fifth or
Oh,
beyond.
ability, yes.
Right,
yes.
so I guess I'm not really understanding why students are only getting 50% of the math time.
The curriculum, the third grade curriculum is different than the fourth grade curriculum. So in terms of the main lesson, we do have opportunities to differentiate, like later in the math lesson, there might be math menu time where I'm pulling a small group. This, by the way, doesn't directly, I'm at Bristol, so we've got
Right.
2 fourth grades and 2 third grades. It's good to be us, we differentiate, for the end of class, but in terms of direct instruction earlier in the lesson, there are, we have a scope and sequence for third grade math, and we have a scope and sequence for fourth grade math, and the topics overlap. And the particular teacher I'm thinking of at Robinson, bless her heart, busted her butt to tailor it to third grade and then tailor it to fourth grade, but in the end, it worked out to fewer minutes of direct instruction.
So is there data that proves that it's not happening for a multi-age classroom? You're not getting the same results by teaching a multi-age math?
No, great question. I think, and I want to put this distinction there too, multi-age when you can't departmentalize. So there are schools that maybe have, Moncton has 2, 3, 4 classrooms, so one teacher takes the third graders while the other teacher takes all the fourth graders. So it really affects, I think, 2 of the schools where there's just one at that grade band.
Right, so
1,
is
3,
there
4.
data that proves that it's?
And I don't know, it
Lack
would be hard to prove causation, probably. We could look at long-term trends at Robinson and Beaman compared to long-term trends at Bristol and Moncton. I don't know if you could say, oh, that must be happening because they're multi-aged and they can't departmentalize.
Thank you.
But no, great question, I don't know the exact answer.
In general too, with multi-age, like there's a lot of research that shows it's great, and then there's a lot that
Oh,
shows
right.
it isn't great, so it's like.
Benefits and, yeah, definitely.
Anyone else have
Any other questions?
Yeah, it's just a general.
Go ahead.
It's just a general one, so obviously you collected a lot of input, which is great, so there's lots of voices.
Yeah.
But I guess what's maybe lost to me, in just the format makes kind of the magnitude of input at various points. Right, like, are there certain ideas presented here that you have like lots of enthusiastic support? Or like lots of people saying like, oh, this is it? Is there consensus amongst the feedback that you got? Or is it maybe similar to us here where we're like, I don't know, it could be this, it could be that.
Probably more of the second, like we saw the specific riffs or proposed riffs, I know they're not noticed, proposed riffs on Friday. A couple weeks ago, a week or 2 ago, I know Patrick sent us a formal letter saying, we anticipate possible riffs in the coming budget year, so we, per our negotiated agreement, we said, okay, we'd like to have an audience with the board, and thank you very much for granting us this audience.
I can jump in a little, Sarah. I think, some of the ideas that were presented, certainly there was a lot of input about a few of them, I would say for sure. And then some of them came from, you know, maybe a couple of people.
Like a
Is that
person
what
saying
you're
bus
asking?
route,
Like
yeah,
how much, like.
Yeah.
If we're trying to
Yeah.
take all of this in
Mm.
and then use it to help guide, like, where we might want to focus our efforts. I
Mm.
imagine we want to focus those efforts in ways, perhaps at least initially, that align with where the majority of the support lay within the teachers. But I don't know where that is.
I mean, I would say there were bigger concepts that we had more feedback about certainly, right?
Topic of central office is, it comes up frequently with a lot of people, whether it's community members or teachers.
I think too, like sometimes when information is presented in general, you know, it looks really good about an average class size, but if you come to Bristol, we have 21 kids in one kindergarten classroom and 20 in another. I mean, it's just not a classroom of 16 or whatever, you know, that's just an example, but like, it just sometimes looks different, right? Hearing it from different people, right? And getting, I guess, different input than it would. It's just a different perspective.
Oh,
You know what I
sure,
mean?
yeah, no, I don't question that at all, just, yeah.
And like, I think like certain particular details probably were one person's brainstorm, like the person who said, gosh, there are a lot of empty buses at the end of the day. That was one person.
Yeah, perfect. No,
But
it's
there
just-
are definitely themes that come up about, like, you know, the size of our district and, the Levinson report. A lot of people have some ideas about that because it had some specific suggestions that so far we haven't been able to realize, knowing that everybody's plans got waylaid by COVID.
No, that's just helpful for me to
Yeah.
understand how to interpret something.
ELP was another big.
Yes.
Just a lot of
Yes.
questions, I guess.
We also have Mike with his hand up there who might contribute. to
Oh, Mike
your
Williams, thank you, Mike.
No
Oh,
worries.
you've got you're on the pulse of what people think. Yes.
Yeah, I guess I had two major points that I wanted to make. I think the first is I want to thank Sarah for the work she's put into this. It's been great. But realistically, I think she's had 3 days. There's a lot of information out there. So I think she's done a really good job to get some of that information across. I think it's a really good question. What are kind of the big themes? And Sarah, please correct me if you feel differently. I think really to get a good solid grasp on that, we could do with a little bit more time to get stuff together. So I'd hope there would be the opportunity for us to do that. And the second point I wanted to make was on some of the changes that we may see in the high school. So if we may well be in a position where we have to reduce courses, we may be able to get by running those courses less frequently. It is worth remembering that a student's high school career is 4 years, and there are prerequisites that are required to do certain courses. So if a course runs once every 4 semesters and it only runs for 1 block, and that is happening across the school, as may well happen with reduced staff, it can be very difficult for students to actually get into the courses that they want. So I just really want to make that point as well, that as we do look at reductions, we do look at courses possibly still running, but running less frequently, it does still impact students' availability to take them.
And for anyone who doesn't know Mike Williams, he's, as you probably gathered, a high school science teacher. And he's also our chief negotiator, so you'll spend a lot of time with Mike and others here. Mike.
Got to hang out with
And he's a great guy.
Andrea Murnane.
Second grade teacher at Bristol.
I teach at Bristol. I guess I just wanted to say 2 quick things. It was a lot of information. And I've been a teacher here for a long time. And I heard our superintendent say that class size impacts cost. And I'm sure that's true, but I'm going to remind you all of why we're here. And class size also, and more importantly, impacts academic outcomes for our kids. So I want you to think carefully about class size. 22 kids in a room is a number on an average or a lower number, But what are those 22 kids and what does that class look like? How many of those kids need something special from us, like an academic push because they're really excelling at where they are, or extra support because they're really struggling where they are, or an IEP student, or a student who has social emotional needs? That class size, when we have less and less support, falls on the backs of those classroom teachers. And I hope you all remember that. And one other takeaway I had was listening to the renovation presentation. We relied on experts and they went and looked at the whole perspective of our schools and what they need. And I'm just thinking how interesting it would be to go through that same process with the experts that are inside your school, your staff, and asking them, what's their priority 1? What's their priority 2? And what's their priority 3? And lastly, I just want to say I heard the facilitator for the renovations talk about that when we think about our schools, you know, in terms of bigger Vermont, how good our schools look. I just want to say, in large part, that is due to the custodians in our school. And I can't speak to every school, but I just would like to put a big shout out to like Alan Kimball and Mike Orvis and Luke and Phil Beauduc, who clean our schools daily and do a really good job. And I feel like sometimes that piece of the puzzle is a little overlooked. So I really hope that we are thinking about everything that was said tonight and we think about it with perspective. And I appreciate that opportunity to just say that.
Aaron, Sarah, just more an observation and really a reaction to your presentation. But first, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks also. And for coming to the finance meeting.
Oh, yeah. I put a plug in for that last year.
That was really good. A lot of the things that you presented tonight are kind of 30,000 foot issues. And unfortunately, as we move through this process, again, it is a process from now until, you know, February or whatever. In order to realize, you know, sort of, savings that actually make a difference to the bottom line, it takes an incredibly deep dive into each one of the things that maybe each issue that we have to address, including the ones that you raised in your presentation. So I guess from my standpoint, being both on the finance committee and thinking about these things, and then also in the larger board context for developing and improving a budget, your continued input, I think, is really important, because otherwise, you know, we can kind of say, yeah, well, maybe ELP needs to be cut, but we have no, you know, data or real, intrinsic expertise about ELP. So I just, so again, thanks for coming and sharing these thoughts. But we have to go deeper.
Liz?
Also really grateful for this conversation, and having that input that feels like we're problem solving together. So, and just the way that it's being done so thoughtfully. And I do hope, I mean, knowing how tricky it can be to summarize voices, I, for instance, have a hard time doing that because each input, each email that you got is going to be unique and have a unique kind of like the buses, right? So it might be one person that's saying it, and that's why I would hesitate for us to, I mean, we could go back, do it if you we could get more information about more agreed upon approaches. However, it really doesn't, if there's if one person has said it, there's most likely many people that are thinking it. And if a good idea can come from anywhere, Floyd said that on Tuesday, and that's very true. So I think part of what I'm interested in is the same thing that was thinking earlier is if there's thoughts in this staff community about continuing the thoughts and getting more information about the Levinson report. The state is also using K-12 solutions for their commission on the future of education in Vermont. So I do think it's very valuable for us to look more at that. The ratios that were in there, much like when we're discussing the challenges created in a school that is only going to have 1 3-4 class versus 2 of them. Those sort of, they based all of their ratios in the PICUS report and in other situations as being for the 300 to 500 size elementary schools and somewhere around 1,000 sized high schools, or a few hundred for middle school, something like that. Like they had just larger numbers. And so I think we're running into that problem again about central staffing and our district size. And I'm not sure that I think that thinking more about what the best solution to that is and what the best solution to many of the challenges that are being brought forward tonight, the programming, yes, we can work with Virgin's high school, but it's in another building, there's travel time. So I'm hoping that maybe there can be some thought put towards collaborating on ideas for future planning and effort put there to possibly find a path towards resolving some of these issues in a more long-term way rather than bit by bit.
Other thought in this conversation, knowing that there's probably going to be more. Feeling good. Anything else? Well, thank you very much for showing up.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike. Yes, Mike,
Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more point actually that I wanted to make earlier. And I heard a lot of talk about the SEL positions. And I guess I kind of wanted to just make the point that as teachers, we have all undergone some form of SEL training. It is embedded within our general curriculum as well. So I did hear some concerns that if we don't have the positions that Patrick had outlined would go because they're unfulfilled, that might have consequences. I do think it is worth noting that we do have a resilient teaching team that do have a lot of those skills. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration with that as well.
Thanks for the information.
Thanks for hanging in with us.
Thanks for hanging in.
Okay. Is anyone there?
Yes.
Don't even ask. Just forward, onward. Okay, moving past action item, which would be B. If you don't have it, we're into C, which is approving the monitoring report 4.4. School board chair's role. Can I get a motion, please? Melissa, Justin seconds. Any discussion?
But I thought this was like pretty easy to do actually, so thanks to Aaron for that.
Yeah.
It outlines, like, is the chair following our procedures and fostering good thought, like, all the things that we, at the end of every meeting, are like, yeah, of course, the chair's doing a good job. And if we do that after every meeting, it felt like this report was pretty easy to just say, yeah.
Any other thoughts? All those in favor of approving monitoring report 4.4, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it passes. Moving down to D, this is an action item to adopt policies B1, B2, and B4. May I please get a motion?
So moved.
Kathy?
I'll second.
Justin spoke first.
Okay.
Any discussion? So just as a reminder that these you've seen already, you approve them for posting. They've been posted for the recommended amount of days, which is 10 days. Actually, probably exceeding that now.
Definitely.
So, there's no like issue with adopting them. They haven't changed except for, was there one date that was added, I think, to bring the posting date up to compliance. Any other discussion?
Maybe that's this last time.
Yeah.
I wish my brain still worked. On the drug and alcohol testing one, there's this SR note.
It's still there?
Can't find it, at least on the link. I think I just clicked on, yeah, it's still there.
Okay, yeah, it is still there, okay.
So that I think has to go.
Yeah. Before. Yeah.
Yeah, B4, it's like SR note, can't find an administrative procedure right above the table.
Okay.
Mr. Rooney's still with us.
Yeah, no, thanks. I probably should have figured that out.
Would you say
Okay.
city auditor?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if we can remove them,
Yeah, assuming that that's
yeah,
removed and resolved.
that should be a 2-second removal.
Okay. And we don't, it like wasn't a problem, we're happy with
No.
it. Okay, then yeah, can we
Okay, yeah,
approve that
yes,
as amended?
approve as amended, friendly amendment,
Yeah,
adopt the policies. Will be for as amended, okay. All those in favor of adopting policies B1 and B2 and B4 as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next is an action item to appoint a board member to the PAHCC.
Are
And
we
Liz, are
nominating
we
Liz
still,
there?
Liz, are we still thumbs up to that?
All right.
Okay,
Thank you,
so-
Liz.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. All right, I need a motion.
I move that we appoint Liz Sayer as our board member representative to PAHCC.
I'll second it.
Okay, Sarah second, Justin did. Any other discussion? Thank you, Liz.
just thanks.
No one's gonna fight you. Thank you, Liz.
Oh, thank you.
We owe you big time, Liz.
That's like, what, a 10-year?
Yeah. It's a life sentence, don't tell her.
All
I'm
those in
just
favor of
I apologize.
appointing Liz to the PAHCC, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay! Well done, Liz.
Okay, update from community council.
I think this was an opportunity for our student rep to share a little bit about what's happening there.
Okay,
But they
but they
couldn't
are
be here.
not here today. So we will table that update until next time. Negotiations update. Just you guys.
Just,
are-
we had our first meeting.
Yeah.
And it was like a get to know you, and sort of laying the ground rules. And then we've established a timeline for meeting, where it's basically every 2 weeks on Monday nights. We have like a, ambitious goal of finishing those negotiations by middle of April. With the idea, that's not right, middle of March, middle of March, I'm sorry, so that we'd be able to have it ratified before contracts are issued on April 1st. That's our goal collectively, though we understand that we may or may not actually make it to that point.
Oh, you'll do it. We know.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very pleasant first meeting, and so we're optimistic. as we go forward.
Great. Any other questions for negotiation? Okay. F and F. Update.
That's okay. Yeah, great. So we had some really nice discussions. We had some kind of long-term discussions. Our newly elected representative from Starksboro, Herb Olson, came to public comment. So we sort of talked big policy and sort of long-term plans, and you sort of sought some input from us as to what sorts of things might he bring to Montpelier to sort of help with budgets. That was really nice. We had a nice discussion with the co-treasurer to try and understand a little bit more about checks and balances, sort of an ongoing conversation that I think we're feeling really comfortable with. We went through the sort of top level of the Trix Collins report to sort of prepare for this, and have some ideas about some questions that we might ask in the long term, some of which came up tonight. And then we started talking, as is the case time and time again, about sort of short and long-term budgetary challenges. And if I got my act together, we'd already be doing this, but soon we will. We decided that we'd apportion individual parts of the budget to individual members on the committee. And each of us would essentially become experts in a subdomain, if you will, of the budget. So that when we have conversations like we do tonight and something is brought up, ideally, one of us will feel like they have the expertise to really jump in with the depth of knowledge that might really help inform the community kind of on the spot. And we sort of felt like that's kind of a Herculean task for any one of us to do. And somehow Lloyd and Patrick seem to do it, but for the rest of us in this capacity, like it's just not, it's not feasible. So the thought was that by sort of divvying up some of that responsibility, we might be able to provide better coverage. So that's sort of our short-term plan to sort of help support the budget. But I have to actually send that email out and do that. So that will happen.
That's okay.
Didn't
That's
happen yet.
okay, Mike.
Sounds good.
And that was our meeting.
Awesome. Any thoughts about that, or can we move on? Okay. Update from policy and governance. We just continue to plug away at all the policies, make sure they're up to date. There's some new policy modifications for language out of VSBA that we have to attend to. We just keep our eye on the bigger ones. So like one we're working on now is a wellness and nutrition. Big update to that policy, which requires a lot of input from a lot of staff members. So I'm working on developing questions to send out to get input on that wellness policy. But in general, just making sure we're in compliance and things are looked at and up to date, and we'll keep pushing them out to you as soon as they're done. Community engagement.
So I realized the time. So perhaps it makes as much sense if everybody, I mean, it's really 3 pages. Please just go
I
ahead
didn't
and
get any.
didn't get any.
No.
I got it.
I tried to reply all to the board and it didn't, I don't know, I sent about 10 emails.
You can push it out if you.
Yes, please. Push it out, and then if we could, if people could just read through it, it's really just very much more of what you heard tonight, but different because it's from community and their priorities maybe way more heavily from a different perspective or need. But there's a little bit of everything that we heard tonight in there as well. So if you could just take the time to read through it and kind of add it to the input that we received tonight, just as another way of getting feedback from people. And I would like to get some permission as from the board taking forward that talked a little bit about planning with Mike, that he may continue to focus on the community engagement. And so Mike, if you could reply, or everybody, just if you have, we really have 2 ongoing tasks in front of us as a board. We have this year's budget, and perhaps the finance committee kind of takes over engagement around this. But in the community engagement committee, I would like to set up very well planned, learn how to use the OWL, dates that are shared ahead of time, proper links, everything the way it should be done. I learned a lot at the last meeting, and then set up even a September meeting and really have pre-planned, laid out schedule for next year, and focused on future planning to kind of separate those 2 responsibilities a little bit. Because while they're all a part of the same conversation, I think we need to be having both, and sometimes it's really hard to have both at the exact same time. So what are people's thoughts about community engagement committee moving forward on future planning with our community? So kind of like bigger things that aren't just like this year, like the questions that we asked tonight, bigger planning. What are things that, I mean, it's the same as I thought in the spring. What can we do that will have us not in this exact same position next year? And so the timeline's already tight. Putting together what we put together this year was already hard to impact this year's budget, but I think we've been pretty successful in getting some feedback early, much earlier. So that's good. And bigger conversations take longer and need their time and space to happen. So we're kind of where we are right now. How do we, and so many times it's like, well, that's too much of a thing to accomplish this year. So really getting ahead of that and saying, okay, how do we commit some time to having bigger conversations about things that take longer to accomplish?
Liz, I guess I don't see them as mutually exclusive. I think just in my interpretation from the last few community engagement meetings we've had, I feel like we've been able to strike a pretty good balance of hearing from our community, their opinions on what's going on now and what they would want to see in the future. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that if we make our North Star of the committee hearing from the community and talking to them and truly having a two-way street of communication, I'm wondering if with that in mind, we can move forward with both. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll happen both ways. I think we're going to get both no matter what, right? We'll get things that are longer term and shorter term plans, but in terms of there's like a series of required events for this year's budget. And then would be a series of events separate from that, kind of running consecutively. So does the finance committee feel like it with the superintendent or FOIB support, or do you want us focusing our time on engaging on planning those events? Because I don't really, I think it's, I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's probably space. I mean, in the finance and facilities committee to have some of these conversations about like present budget issues. I mean, we're having them already. And so in some ways it wouldn't, we could be clearer to the community, like where they should attend. Otherwise they might just be getting split between us and we're kind of duplicating efforts. I think is maybe what you're getting at. And so I think it makes sense to define that. And so maybe it's just easier offline, you and I just sort of exchange a couple of emails, and then as we're like creating agendas for those relative committees, we can be intentional that way.
Sounds good, because we'll have a required January meeting for the budget and one in, I mean, I don't remember exactly what the outline is, but there's a series of. Patrick, do you have an idea of, I know it's late, but of what that series would usually look like, or any?
We'll have a December board meeting and a January board meeting where community is able to come and share thoughts and hear discussions. But then we have the annual meeting where we can take a deeper dive into the budget the board has finalized to be warned. So those are just the natural opportunities between now and the vote for conversations around the budget. And there's room for adding to that.
So those informationals we did last time weren't required?
Yeah, well, we needed
I
to
thought we
present
had to
it.
do,
You
like,
had to
a
present it within
presentation.
10 days of the,
Yeah. Not the
of the
community.
revote.
Oh,
Yeah.
the budget presentation?
Yeah.
Yes, that
Oh,
is.
okay, that.
Those are required by law.
But not
Okay,
just
so
conversation. Yeah.
Liz, do you want us to, are you asking for thoughts about setting meetings on a regular basis? Or is this something that we should work out in committee and then come back with particular topics and times for those conversations? Maybe we can.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just kind of am looking for permission to start that conversation in our community and really engage that.
process.
And part of what I was hearing from what Liz was saying too, a recognition that if we got started right now, at best, any changes that we end up deciding is gonna impact FY 27. Or actually FY 28, sorry. And the longer we delay getting that whole process started about what are those going to be, that deadline gets further and further before we realize any of those savings. And as I mentioned at a meeting before here, there's work happening now with the advisory council to sort of brainstorm some options of what could things look like. We know from past experiences, there's a lot of community interest in doing similar brainstorming. So how do we get the community, how to create opportunities for the community to be engaged in that as well, and sort of parallel to the advisory council work that's happening.
Good point. Sound good, Liz?
Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
All right. We have a public comment section. You're not here for that? Just hanging out? That's cool. Teresa Guile?
I know it's late. I want to make one comment as a community member and someone who has asked for more clarification. It's important that perception is reality. And if you keep reducing staff with direct contact with students and no movement on reduction of central office staff, you're going to be in the same predicament you were this past year, because we as the community have been asking for this and haven't received it. So I think that's really important. The other thing that I want to comment on, if the board is asking for a ratio of admin to staff, it is imperative that you don't just look at the quote unquote 14 people in the central office, because you should be looking at, to compare apples to apples, coordinators, coaches, all the positions that don't have direct access with students for the most part. That's really important to get that ratio correct, because you can't just compare the 14 people in the central office, because there's more that are part of the central office in my mind, because they don't have the direct access or interaction with the students. So if you're looking for comparing apples to apples, that's what I would say you should do. And again, I think it's really important that we go back to the drawing board, because everybody has to tighten their belts, and that includes the central office staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other public comment? Kelly?
Hi, I'm Kelly Headley from Bristol. I just want to kind of reiterate something that, we've been saying for, a long time. And I don't think a lot was highlighted today, and a lot of good conversations happened tonight, and I appreciate that. But one thing that wasn't really touched on was the complete loss of trust that this community has in the district and in our superintendent, in managing our money in a way that is in the best interest of our students, in a way that is putting priority, in a way that is able to delegate needs versus wants. And this proposal doesn't feel to me much different than the ones last year or in previous years. And I think that the community took a lot of time to give input and say what we needed, and this doesn't feel like much change. And I'm worried that with that, it's just showing us that history is going to repeat itself. The community has a reason to not trust because of the district historically spending our money frivolously. That lobby project, I will say it again, that TV was $70,000. The furniture in the front lobby was $82,000. Those trophy cases were $36,000, but we're talking about cutting teachers. But on Friday, my child had to watch their teacher cry and leave school early because of a RIF notice they should have never even been given. And that again feels like history repeating itself from last year. Additionally, to add to that, we asked that those RIF notices, our vice chair of this board last year asked that those RIF notices in the future be given with more care than to be given midday. And they weren't. I am also have been looking through the accounts payables that you guys link. And based on some of our recent funding, it looks like priorities are still not where they need to be. Here we are talking about cutting teachers right after we're hearing about how our children would learn better if they had central air. And I just need to say, our children learn best with their teachers, with supports for them. Central air would be great, but they need their teachers more than AC. I'm really proud of our teachers tonight and over, the last few days for all the hard work they put in to collaborate and put their minds together to come up with all of the creative and out of the box brainstorming of ways to save money to save our educators and our support staff. That is the type of thinking that we've been asking for from our superintendent. And yet tonight, again, we're seeing a proposal that looks just like last year's. On Friday, again, our teachers got RIF notices some midday, just like last year's. Spending still looks frivolous, just like last year. So I really appreciate the time they took to do that. And I really, truly hope that that is looked at and studied. I would also like to add to it that when we're looking at central office staff, I think that it would be really great if we could compare and contrast to other districts. I know we tend to compared to the same school districts. And I think that's because those look in our favor. So I'd like to suggest that you guys get in communication with Barry UUSD because they have about double the student body. In 23-24, they had 2,205 where we had 1,174, okay? But they only have 4 more central office employees than we do. They have no assistant superintendent, we do. They have no admin assistant, we do. They have no HR director, we do. And the list goes on. We bring in a lot of people into these meetings to eat up all this time and have us staying up late. And some of them are really useful and some of them are really not. But all of them seem to be ones that are slightly cherry picked to only show what you are wanting us to see, or that is at least my perception. That is how it feels to me as a community member. And as a parent of a child in this district. And I would really love if you guys could have outside the box thinking on who you're bringing in and who you're getting communication and data from. And I think it'd be really wonderful if you communicated with these other districts that are able to do more for less, as we were talking about. And another great one to look at would be Essex Westford, as they have over 3 times the student body as us, but only 7 more central office employees than we do. So food for thought.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Shauna?
Hi, everyone. Shauna again from Bristol. I will keep this short and sweet. I appreciate everyone's time from tonight. It is definitely late. I want to make it a point to, I know tonight is the evaluation of the superintendent in your executive session. And I just ask that you guys all consider the things you actually heard, not just the reports that were actually given over the year. Because as was pointed out tonight, how do we know all of the data is actually being included if it's just one-sided? We can say there's no violations, but if the only person reporting the violations is reporting on his own violations, then why would he have any sense to report them? We have heard many, many people bring up issues throughout this entire year, and yet somehow every single report has no violations listed, or very, very few note any. And the perception from the community is that there are violations. So how that doesn't make it on the report, I don't know. But I just ask that you guys actually consider what you've heard and what you've seen and what you know, and not just reporting compliance from someone reporting on themselves. So until those monitoring reports are actually done in a way that has some external monitoring, I don't think that those are the only things that should be considered when talking about performance. That's all. Thank you very much. And actually, are you guys going to turn Zoom back on for the statement after the executive session? Or is it?
Yes, we have to.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Can I just clarify one thing that Kelly brought up. She said that RIF notices were given. There were no distributions of RIF notices, correct? There was a discussion of potential cuts and positions, but no RIF notices were given.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we're very clear on that subject.
Any other public comment? Kelly?
Hi, Kathy. I'm going off what my what my middle school child came home and told me on Friday, which was that a teacher of his was in tears and that multiple teachers received RIF notices. So how in which that happened, I do not know. I was not there. What I can tell you is what's coming back from the students, which is the only communication that, you know, we as the community really had, was exactly as explained.
Again, consider the source, Kelly. So I want to make sure for the record that no RIF notices have been distributed to any member of our faculty or staff.
Okay. So we're gonna move then from public comment into our executive session. If I could please get a motion for an executive session under T1 VSA 5313A3, evaluation of an employee for the superintendent evaluation. Okay, Melissa was first and then Mike second. All those in favor of entering, all those in favor of entering executive session at 10:40, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No one's going.